Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to Divinity Original Sin. Please don't mind me while I'm still slurping away on my morning coffee. But yeah, we'll get back into it. We left off last time in Silver Glen, where I finally got to, after struggling a bit with a couple of weird puzzles in Heiberheim. Which apparently, I mean, if you watch that, I did look one of them up on the forums. Actually, on the official forums, I think, of the game. And nobody really had a satisfactory solution either. It was all sort of a bit messy and not entirely clear what would be the intended solution. I guess the intention is that there isn't really a intended solution, but rather just multiple ways of dealing with it, just coming up with clever ways of utilizing your talents and abilities, skills to somehow get past all of that. The problem is that I think, well, first of all, it contradicted. It was a little bit of a contradiction compared to other puzzles that are in the game that have a very obvious and clear solution. And then at the same time, it was also a little bit janky in that sometimes it felt like I was doing stuff that wasn't intended at all and was more a clever way to circumvent the actual puzzle by utilizing skills that you're not meant to be able to utilize in those given scenarios. But whatever. Made it back out of Heiberheim finally. Apparently there is more to it. There is a treasure room, a big one, that I still wasn't able to access, and obviously we still have the side quest with the wishing well that we weren't able to solve, and so I hope that at some point we will be able to go back there. It feels a little bit weird just leaving it like that, because we basically cleared out the entire map. The only thing that's now left is a treasure vault that is left completely alone, right? There is like a big nothingness in the snowstorm in front of it now, with nobody there at all. And then there is the treasure room that, with the magical force field in front of it. It's, I don't know. I would have loved to see something that, would sort of bring the entire map together and would be an actual end to all of that. And then, that would be done. But, well, it's not a big deal. But yeah, we managed to get to Silver Glen, and well, I don't know what I was expecting really, but it's a small mining town, I would say, right? It has a big tavern, couple of other buildings, the mining, or the boss of the whole operation, right? Forgot the word. The overseer, essentially. He has his own little hut there as well in front of the mines. And well, there is a very interesting situation going on there, because the Immaculates, right, this weird cult that Leandra, the evil witch, has somehow established, they have sort of taken over the city, but not really. I mean, they very clearly are trying to bring all the miners over to their side. There is a church-like building. I mean, it's not really a church, but it feels more like a building that was something else previously, and they just took it and made a church out of it, right? And a weird priest that seems like he's been put there by Leandra is doing his teachings to the miners, who, funnily enough, don't really have anything else to do, because there are trolls and goblins that have taken over the mines. Or rather, I think the goblins have taken over the mines, and the trolls were previously in the mines, or are still in the mines, but were the ones that previously allowed the Silver Glen miners to work in the mines. And for some funny reason, which I certainly didn't expect, those trolls apparently had some sort of contract that allowed the miners of Silver Glen to mine, which I thought was pretty unusual for trolls, but fair enough. And Lawrence, the overseer of the whole operation, well, first of all, he was pissed because obviously the work isn't being done currently because of the goblins and because of the weird cult that the miners now seem to fancy over working at the mines, though I wasn't entirely sure how they're actually making money. I mean, the tavern is certainly booming, so clearly the miners, I mean, they don't seem to be living a bad life necessarily. It might be that they're also being kept happy somehow through the whole Immaculate cult. I mean, technically, I guess a couple of them are working for the Immaculates, which means that they're bringing in potential, well, people or living beings in general that are then being, well, killed, more or less, in order to create more bloodstones. I don't know if that somehow gets them some sort of life energy, which means that they don't really have to work to get food or anything. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure if the game will tell us something about that either, because that, I mean, that's not really the issue at the forefront, but I was just, you know, pondering over that myself. Anyways, let's actually get into the game. Let's see. Load in my last save, 96, fast approaching 100 hours. I don't know what the... Well, okay, so the funny thing is, right, every time I'm watching sort of a... Well, I'm still big on Persona, right? Persona 5 / Persona 5 Royal, both of them really, is one of my favorite games of all time, right? And so I just like watching Persona playthroughs, not only 5, but 4 as well. And it's always funny because streamers inherently take longer to complete games, right? I mean, that's obvious because when you stream, you tend to talk more, there is something else going on, right? Obviously, it depends on the type of streamer, especially if you have a larger audience, obviously, then there is a lot to talk about, right? And people are there to talk about whatever you're playing. And or other stuff as well. I mean, sometimes, and I actually like that a lot of the time when, you know, you get sort of completely off topic, and maybe there is a certain thing or a certain theme in the game that mirrors either current world events or, you know, issues that creep up in the real world from time to time, and then, you know, gives you a reason to talk about that, and maybe try to take either lessons that the game presents and, you know, think about, well, how could we maybe draw inspiration from that for the real world, or vice versa, right? How could maybe situations in game be improved by things we've already learned in the real world? Because games very often, especially like fantasy games or RPGs, not Persona, but, you know, a lot of games tend to be set in sort of either a medieval version of our Earth, or, you know, other timelines that are more or less in the past, but in a fantasy version, so to speak, right? So very often, certain issues that we have at least partially overcome, sort of, you know, being very generous there, but partially overcome in the real world, are still present in those games. So it's interesting to reflect on that, right? And to really think, well, did we truly overcome that? And so on and so forth, right? So that's always really, really interesting. The thing is, though, because of that, a topic that does come up from time to time in streams, and I've noticed, is just the playtime that streamers need, right, in order to play through games. And obviously it varies wildly depending on the streamer, depending on how willing they are to engage in conversations about the game. Though I personally tend to really only watch people that are very much willing to really talk about things, right? And illustrate certain topics in a really interesting way. Because obviously I can play through the game myself, right? There is no reason for me to just watch a playthrough. Though I do like, you know, obviously if there are streamers or whatever, obviously it's nice to share emotions about a game, right? If you liked a particular moment in a game a lot, then it's really, really cool to see other people feel similar or even stronger about those moments, right? I mean, that's why everybody watches React content and whatever. But yeah, to me personally, obviously, it's very much about these extended discussions and figuring out certain angles and aspects of games, and it certainly has changed my opinion about games a lot, right? Where I've become a lot more critical of games because of it, which I personally consider to be a good thing, because it is sometimes difficult because you always have to remember the people that are working on these games, right? And the circumstances in which they were created and all of that, right? When you're very, very critical of a game, it doesn't necessarily mean that you think that the people that worked on it did a really bad job. Because these things come together in such a, well, collaborative process, right? There are so many people that are giving input to games that it's impossible to see the end product as something that has been made by individuals. Certainly, well, if you criticize a very specific thing, then obviously there could be an individual behind that. But even then, right, it's not that they've done necessarily bad work. It's just, I mean, that's completely fine in my own work as well, right? If I do something that's just not good, I would appreciate somebody telling me about it, right? Because maybe the reason for why I didn't do a good job wasn't because I didn't put enough time into it or because I'm bad at my job, but rather because maybe I didn't consider something, right? Maybe I just forgot something, or I didn't look at it from a particular angle that I wasn't aware of, right? I mean, there are all these kinds of reasons for why something can turn out maybe not as good as it should be. And that doesn't necessarily mean that you've done a bad job, right? Especially if you have done good jobs in the past. Anyways, all of that is to say, let's maybe not rant about this too long, but all of that is to say that, you know, it can take very, very long to play through these games, and I always find it funny if people come in and say, oh yeah, Persona 5 Royal, that's a really long game, it took me like 120 hours to finish it. And I'm thinking, it took me 260. How would you ever think that playing a game for 100 hours is long? Like, that's a baseline for me. If a game isn't at least 100 hours, I'm probably not going to play it. Well, it has to be really, really good for me to play it. Yeah, I always find that really funny. And you have to consider, I didn't stream Persona 5, right? I didn't stream back then. And well, Persona, the base game didn't take me 260 hours. The Royal version did take me that. The base game took me like 200 hours or something. 180? Something like that. Yeah. Though that being said, I mean, the reason for why I'm streaming in the first place is because, not that much has, I mean, that might seem weird to a couple of people, but not that much has changed. When I sat here completely alone, which doesn't really, Anyways, when I was playing through games without streaming them, I kind of still thought about the exact same things that I'm just, talking about now. So I would very frequently, when I played a game, I would just completely stop and just, think about a certain moment, maybe look up a couple of either reactions to it or, just information about how other people thought about it, which isn't that easy to do, considering that you don't want to get spoiled, right? So sometimes I would also just sit here right? And just think to myself, well, what would I have done differently? Maybe in terms of game mechanics, or how do I feel about a certain moment, right? I mean, there are all these kinds of really, really cool and crazy things that games do. And I always like to think about that. And obviously that's where that time is coming from, right? Not all of my time is actually spent playing the game. And then I'm also the type of person who really... who likes to certainly delve deeper into certain mechanics. I mean, I've certainly seen people that just, you know, put Persona 5 on normal and just play through the game, and that's completely fine. I mean, I did on my first playthrough as well, but, you know, really engaging with all the different systems, for example, collecting all the personas as well, essentially doing all the side content and whatnot is also quite interesting to me. Anyways, let me take one more sip of my coffee. Let's get into this. I'm actually not entirely sure how I want to start this. First of all, since I'm still rotting, let's heal up. I'm certainly wondering how I can get rid of that. Because I don't think...
Into the fray once more.
I don't think I've really found an actual church or something in the game. Well, what's interesting is that we're now getting to the point where we're interacting with Tenebrium, which is the very reason why we are rotting. So maybe, hopefully, we'll actually find some sort of cure here to this rot. Once again, this is certainly an aspect where I'm not entirely sure if they intended this for this to even happen. Well, I don't know. I mean, even the FromSoft games, if you're getting cursed, tell you how to get rid of it, right? Maybe they patched that in at some point. I don't know if they did originally. It's just, I've been running around with this for I don't know how long now. Basically all through Heiberheim, more or less. It's not a big deal, but it's just strange that nothing has really... There's also, I mean, maybe you would expect somebody to comment on it at some point and just tell you, oh, hey, I noticed you're rotting. Maybe you should go here or there to resolve this problem. Anyways, one thing that I thought about last time. So this is where we came in, right? This is the path back to Sicil, and I've already taken a look at everything over here. Well, this path back here also leads into the mines, seemingly. Whereas this actually doesn't, I noticed. So maybe I should take a look at this first. I just want to make sure that I'm not overlooking any sort of side quest or treasure chest or something. Even though at this point I don't really need that much loot, to be completely honest. And then one other thing. Was it this one? Bjorn's mount is injured. It will need some serious healing power to get it back on its feet. That's the quest of that big, I don't even know what it is, animal thing. Outside of the city, right? And they asked for us to find a possible solution to their injured, or a possible like healing source, magic, or whatever, something to help their mount. But at this point, I've more or less talked to everybody here, right? So what exactly would they be looking for? I wonder. Slightly confused why the quest description is that small. So I feel like they've actually... Haven't they given us some sort of... I vaguely remember them telling us something about, hey, by the way, there is like this person in Silver Glen.
Indeed, I haven't. Good for nothing troll. Just stands there and moans like a mule.
Remember when that redhead used to come by and cheer him up?
Oh, yeah. You know, I bet she was just feeling sorry for that whiny lump of toll-taking fat.
Redhead, huh? Meaning Leandra? Did she have red hair? I think so. Wait, this bridge is broken though. Fumble. Air ward. Wait, is he going to attack us? Thought we maybe might be able to talk to him. I'm still struggling to really understand Leandra's angle here, because she seems to have her fingers in everything. Like it seems to me as if she is maybe.
Across a broken bridge. Ridiculous.
Oh, he's actually guarding the bridge. Okay. But it just feels like Leandra has almost instigated everything here. Okay, so last time I think I mentioned that she seems to be taking advantage of whatever she finds, right? It's not so much that she, like, obviously she has a plan, but her plan, you know, involves that void dragon and whatever, right? Her plans are way grander than anything that's plaguing these local people here. But it seems to me that whenever she gets somewhere, she just takes advantage of whatever the people in that particular place were already trying to do and just sort of amplifies that. And by doing that, brings about chaos and, well, not necessarily chaos per se, but she sort of pushes everybody into a certain direction that ultimately benefits her, right? Which I find really, really interesting. I mean, the whole Brachus Rex thing in Sicil, for example, that wasn't her idea initially, right? Somebody else already investigated that, and even the possible effects of bloodstones / starstones on healing and all of that neat business. And she just came in and enabled that researcher to do way, way more than he would have on his own, and then used that for her own benefits, right? Same thing in Heiberheim, where she just used the fact that the Winter King was already kind of jealous of everybody else and just wanted to be more than what he originally was, and she then used that to get rid of her sister, right? Which we now kind of obviously undid that, but it's very interesting, and I'm still trying to figure out what these trolls and goblins and whatnot and the miners and everybody wanted originally, and how this all came to be, and what Leandra's part was in it, right?
Troll toll, if you please. It may be pointless. Life may be pointless, but the toll needs to be paid.
Toll, if you please. He sounded very sad when he said that. Well, he's asking for toll for the bridge, apparently, but I'm just trying to go past him, so, why must we pay toll?
We ask for toll because our king commands us to.
Okay.
He is mad for gold. All his senses crave it. Gold is his life, and therefore it is my life too. Even though I care more for the daisies in the fields than I could ever care for cold, dead metal, no matter how pretty its luster.
Interesting. He seems to be quite well spoken for a troll. I wonder what the Troll King does to keep them in line, though. Or maybe they just... I mean, That's the thing, though, right? You can't really say that they're too dim-witted, and so they just follow a person like their king because they themselves can't think for themselves. I mean, would you really be able to talk like this if you wouldn't be also able to think for yourself? I don't know. Tell me about the Troll King.
He is the king of Luculla Forest, and a most formidable troll indeed. I do not even like to talk about him, for fear he might find out and crush my skull like a walnut. Archibald, though, Archibald may be willing to speak. His fine mind makes him bold. Find Archibald, a proud troll and troll father, if you wish to know about the king.
Okay, and where do I find that guy? Well, first of all, your heart doesn't seem to be in your work.
How could it be? My life is like the bridge behind me. It goes nowhere. Loneliness such as this, how it weighs, how it burdens.
What the hell is up with this troll? He seems to be way more aware of his own problems than he should be. Why do you feel lonely?
Dear me, why? I stand here day and night.
Don't...
Humans hate me for I must take their gold for no good reason at all. Even among my own I find no companionship. Troll toll is all they think about.
Then go do something else. I mean, I guess he is too scared that they might take revenge on him or something. Would they really care, though? Feels like this would be well, to be fair, right? If he would just walk into Silverglen saying, "Hey, I'm now, I don't want to be part of the Troll Kingdom anymore. Can I live among you?" He probably wouldn't really be welcomed with open arms either, right? Just kind of sad to think about.
Once, though, I was happy.
Oh?
A girl, one of your very own kind, used to pass by daily. She was bright and young and gay. She smiled. She bade me good morning. She told me about the dreams that had come to her in the night, but then she left for a faraway land. She is gone, and I have been lonely ever since. Oh, if only a jolly young girl would come to talk to me once more.
Yeah, I think a lot of people want that for themselves. Am I missing a certain translation of gay here? Just confused since that seems to be a very specific observation. First of all, how would the troll know about that? Second of all, I thought this was Leandra that he's talking about. Back when she was still living with Ikara over in their HUD? Or am I confusing them here? Because Leandra, I mean, the whole reason why she seems to have been starting this whole void business is because she was jealous of her sister. Because she also wanted to be with this Zalador, right? Zalador? Zalador, I think. I might be missing that. It might be that I'm missing. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Is that something that has come out of? So gay can also mean essentially just being happy. I honestly have not heard it in this context. Like, happy for living, something like that, right? Okay. Cool. Did not know that it also meant that. How weird then that it ever has had, like... How did people ever... Well, I guess it was because idiots didn't want people to be gay, but... No, that is such a cool meaning of the word. So in that sense, being gay is always good, right? It just means you're happy. How cool. Nice. Anyways, okay, but yeah, to get back to the actual content of the game, he is talking about Leandra, right? When she was still, well, happy. And then the whole Salador, is it Salador? Salador? I feel like I'm forgetting about an N somewhere in there. But yeah, that whole business started and she left this forest, right? Wait, is he talking about Leandra though? The guards made it seem as if they had witnessed that girl passing by, but aren't the guards Immaculates? Well, maybe they probably don't know who has been responsible for their weird faith, right? They only really know the priest in town, not Leandra. So they're just talking about... Although, well, the way that guards were talking, I guess they never really witnessed that. It's just that they're sort of making fun of the troll thinking about the things that happened back in the day, huh? Sometimes it's quite difficult to figure out timelines in this game. I mean, for example, we know, or they told us that it had been 2 years since, or rather that Leandra left for 2 years. And 2 years ago is when everything here started with the zombie plague and everything, right? But sometimes it's... I don't know, has this troll really been standing here for 2 years, not doing anything else? I don't know, some of the timelines in the game are a little bit difficult to sometimes, you know, figure out how they really correspond to any given particular situation. It's not a big deal, but yeah. Anyways, how come your bridge has been damaged? I wonder if that was a thing 2 years ago. Probably not, huh?
It's all the goblins' fault.
Oh,
They
so it's
cut
been
the
recent.
ropes to prevent you humans from going to the mines below. Ropeless, pointless, and yet I must cry for toll.
About that toll.
1,000 gold
Whoa,
coins.
okay, that's a lot.
Such is the toll I must ask. So, let's have the troll toll, if you please.
But as far as I understood, the trolls were here before the goblins, right? I mean, he was guarding this bridge when it was still intact, so... Were people really willingly giving up 1,000 gold to cross the bridge? Because either if they did, the trolls are fucking rich. Or if they didn't, then how did they solve all of this? Because I thought that... I mean, maybe it was about that contract that they made with the Troll King down in the mines? Maybe they I don't know. Maybe they cleverly did something that meant that the trolls didn't actually collect their toll every time. Or something.
Just look at him.
Well, I don't even want to cross the bridge, right? So why would I have to pay? As much as I empathize with the troll, I don't want to cross the bridge. So no.
No, we're not going to pay to cross a broken bridge.
It's only courteous to pay the troll. Troll toll, not toll troll. Oh, no, wait. You pay the toll troll. You pay the toll troll the troll toll. Funnily enough, I kind of want Lillian to emphasize with the troll. I mean, it's not like I need 1,000 gold, right? Let's say this and
Sure we
leave
will.
it up to chance.
It's only courteous to pay the toll troll.
Holy shit, you can be really mean to your party members. What the fuck? You're going to keep both your mouth and our coin purse shut, you hear. You're usually so smart with money. It's gotten into you. If we pay the toll, we'll only encourage this creature to continue swindling innocent travelers. He's not really swindling though, is he?
Remember when that redhead used to come by and cheer him up?
Like, he's quite open about the fact that the toll is completely pointless and he's just collecting it because his king wants him to. Let's go, man. I'm not the biggest fan of the second option either, but the third one just doesn't seem to make too much sense considering it's supposed to be the reason option.
You're usually
go
so
with the
smart
second
with
one.
money. What's gotten into you?
This poor troll needs his toll to live. You wouldn't take his livelihood away, would you? Yeah, that's kind of the angle that I wanted to take here. It'd be wise to keep the natives of this forest appeased. Let's go with the second
This
one.
poor troll needs
Charm
his toll
against
to
charm.
live. You wouldn't take his livelihood away, would you?
And she's way more charming, so it probably ends up being that.
Just look at him. Asking toll to cross a broken bridge. Ridiculous.
Is she gonna use the same thing? Ah, interesting. I wonder what the logic behind this AI is.
They could eat off him for weeks.
It's pretty well done. Maybe it's just truly random? Sometimes it seemed like it had patterns to it. Oh boy. I actually won. Did not anticipate that.
No. We'll do as I say, and there's an end to it.
So you will not pay? I can hardly blame you.
See, he even understands.
So, the rules of toll-taking trolls stipulate I must club you to death for your refusal. I shall not do so. What, I wonder, would be the point?
Aw. That's really sad that he has to stand here and... I wonder how many people have been mean to him because of something that he doesn't even want to do. And the guards that are close make constant fun of him, right?
Leave me, like she left me, my bonny love.
Okay.
Would
It's
that another
alright.
would come- Would that another would come and ask, "How are you, Fumble?"
Why can't we be nice to him? I want to ask him how he is. Or maybe we can. Wait.
Next time you must
Beauty and the
introduce me to your
Beast.
handsome friend.
Maybe he...
His musk dominates the breeze most pleasingly. Excuse you, young lady. No comrade of mine is bringing a troll to the campfire while I've got air in my lungs.
Wait, Berdotta actually likes the troll? See, we got a young lass for you here. Beauty and the Beast. We met Fumble, a lonely troll who longs for a female companion.
Just look at him. Asking
Okay.
toll to cross a
Did
broken
not expect
bridge.
this to be an actual
Ridiculous.
quest, so maybe we can find him a companion somewhere. Wonder where and how we would be doing that, so... Though, I mean, well, technically, I guess in the mines, a lot of trolls will be there, right? So maybe there's a female troll somewhere that would want to be with him. I mean, he seems to be an interesting chap, right? Certainly quite intelligent for a troll. Not that I've met many trolls in this game particularly. Well, we have met one of them that was also trying to get a toll from us to cross a bridge. I actually don't fully... Didn't we just kill him? I kind of feel bad for that. Okay, that's the two people that we still need to help with their mount. And I'm really not sure how we would be doing that. What the fuck is that? Nectar Drunk Goblin. Okay, so... This doesn't necessarily look like the way into the mines, though. And this path back here then leads into an entirely different region, right? That I haven't really been to yet. I kind of want to check out the small bend, though. I wonder if there's something here, like a treasure chest or something. The actual entrance I think that you're supposed to take would be back here. Which looks like a lot of fighting. I don't really mind that, but... Ooh, there's a couple of them here. They're only level 9, though. Huh. Well, I guess technically you can fight them right away, right when you enter this forest. Whereas I took the route to Ikara's hut first and did the whole they also have a ward. Well, there's a lot of them, though. Pestilential flower. It looks like they're probably... Wait. She has the lore master thing, I think. They're probably 100% resistant to poison, I suppose. Healing. Current heals 1 vitality per turn. Okay. Earth resistance. Water resistance. Okay, so they're... I think they're... yeah. They're earth resistance and whatnot, and poison resistance. Okay. Also have fire resistance, but air spells would probably be pretty good. Well, some of that... The water resistance is because of the water ward, right? The poison resistance they probably have by themselves. Well, let's try fighting them, shall we? Actually quite looking forward to a fight. Is he in range? Well, the thing is, if I hit the barrel, they're not going to be damaged by poison, but I can blow up the poison, right? How close am I? Yeah. Already did decent damage. Yeah, how many of them are there? Most of them are melee as well, right? Nectar Drunk Goblin. Maybe the nectar is even making them poison resistant? Might be there's even more reasons for why they are the way they are. Huh! They're actually drunk! Okay, I didn't realize. Decreases target's willpower. Didn't I get a couple malediction weakens versus an enemy? Problem is most of her stuff is earth-based, and ice would be water-based. So none of that really helps. And the spider technically is earth-based as well. As well, I could create an oil surface, right? Might be worth just... I think I'm gonna strengthen Birdotta here, because her like physical stuff will probably be really, really good. Do I want to try that? That actually might be funny. Charm one of them? I should probably put this somewhere else so that I actually remember that it exists. Willpower decrease, not really that good. I could just use the fireball scroll and blow something up if I wanted to. Undead Warrior might also be a thing. That costs 4 AP. Let's try to charm one of them, shall we? Just got this, so... You can hit the ground with that? Why? Oh, wait. I knocked down the one that I hit first. Interesting. Let's charm you then. Nice. Perfect. Okay, can I actually... I'm not close enough to hit them yet. That guy's the charmed one. Okay, if I want to hit them with the ricochet, it'll damage the other ones as well, right? I need to move up very slightly. I need to be... I need to look out for that fire barrel, though. Don't want to get too close to that. Can I hit him now? Yes. Holy shit, that was a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. I mean, I could just use... well, do I want to use a special arrow? Honestly, it might be worth to just hit him normally. Let's enter the precision stance and just do that. He's already gone. An icon... Yeah, I could just cast fire on the poison barrel. I mean, they're really stacked back here, so... The flower is also probably fairly weak to fire, I'd assume. How far do I have to go to hit them all with a fireball back there? How far is that? That's technically 3 meters closer. That should work. Boom! Nice. Flowers burning. Stuff is happening. Yeah, sure. Let's see what they do. Oh, he just burned up right away. Oh, well, he healed the other one. He vomited poison on him. Where are you running? What are they doing? What was their plan back there? Well, Medora's being a billion miles away again. I wonder what the plants are doing. They probably can't do much. Where's the second one, by the way? Oh, hey, buddy. Grumble, Zabork, and Brug. Well, they don't seem to be... I wonder if I had come from this point, I wonder if he had joined in and just knocked down the goblins. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where the second plant is supposed to be. Oh, it's a small one here. Evil-smelling flower. I didn't even see that. Okay. Well, let's encourage everybody, since we're still, you know, quite far away with her. Do I just want to throw something? She isn't close enough for the ram. Let's just maybe move up a bit and end the turn for now. Ooh. Okay, so they can throw poison on people. Charmed Goblin is tanking everything for us. Funnily enough, though, I mean, the charming works to be a distraction, but it also means that they are healing themselves. It's not a big deal overall, but kind of funny that that is happening. Do I have some... I don't think I have any air scrolls or anything. And this is all water, poison, earth. They're really drunk, aren't they? Let's see. Yeah, I only have this one, Avatar of Storms. I don't know. This is one of those weird examples of I kind of want to use one of these scrolls because I have them and I don't want to keep, you know, all my items forever. But Fireball is a pretty potent spell. And, you know, utilizing it in a scenario where it's actually important to have it is probably the better idea. Do I mean, I could... This is difficult. I could fortify Medora and maybe summon in my Undead Warrior. Is he... weak leather armor, access dull, immune to bleeding attacks, he cannot be poisoned, and piercing weapons only do 75% damage. Has a special attack that can inflict bleeding. Yeah, I think I kind of want to do that. Let's fortify Medora. I guess Lillian is being more of a support character in this scenario because all of those guys aren't really susceptible to anything that she can do. And Earth Shield. Does she have... Would be cool if she had some sort of poison shield. Was it make a target immune to being poisoned? Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. Nice. And then she's gonna cast her Splintered Arrow on this guy. Oh, the damage it dealt to the other dude! Holy shit, that was almost a one-shot. Yeah, well, sadly, that's all she can do now. Vengeance! I mean, I can either just straight up kill a bunch of them. Could also summon in my fire elemental. Takes so much, takes so many AP though. I could hasten a target. I'm currently utilizing fire and air ones, right? So it could also just attack directly. I think I'm way overthinking this, right? I mean, this is kind of a very easy encounter, but... Can I hit this guy back here? Because the problem is I still want to keep a couple alive for my Undead Warrior. Those guys are still burning. I could hit the one to the left, maybe. Let's move up a bit more. Now I can hit him. Yeah, sure. That was a critical hit. What was that? Did he, like... What was that explosion that just happened? Okay. Where are you going? Oh, he's trying to run away. Okay. Fair enough. And then he runs back in. Oh, you think that... Maybe he ran away to not hit anybody else? They're all immune to poison, though. That shouldn't be an issue. Okay. Can I battering ram you two? She's immune to poison, right? So it's not a big deal if she's standing in it. Can I hit them? I think I have to go behind them to hit them. Oh well. Boom. You are dead. Will this hit both of them? It will.
Face the unending darkness.
Well, I guess the Undead Swordsman doesn't really have much else to do. Unfortunate. Is there a goblin still alive? No, I think it's actually only the flower. Well, let's just go over and hit it then. Oop. Ow. Oh, if you hit it, it releases poison. And it blew up. I think the flower doesn't really know what else to do, huh? Do I even have anything to hit it with? Is there a point to me going forward? Guess I could throw oil on it. Let's just move here. Maybe. I get. Was it really such a good idea? Because now I just realized I created a whole bunch of smoke. I could also make it rain. Make everything go away. Have all the smoke and whatnot. Can I actually hit it? No. It's a bit too far away. Oh well, whatever. Let's exit the stands. Walk over here. Let's just hit it with normal attacks.
You were right there.
Yeah, the smoke probably wasn't the best idea. Ah, well. Happens. It is actually a little bit more tanky than I thought it would be. Can it even bleed? That actually got me a level up. Nice! Did not expect that. Well, this wasn't really all that difficult, huh? I really like the music around Silver Glen. Creepy eye. It's either dead or pretty depressed? What the fuck is that description? Okay, so doesn't look like the goblins are actually dropping much though. Another eye. Some animal hides, some gold. The eyes are from the goblins though, right? I'm just wondering because they were so close to the flowers. I completely forgot about the water ward bit, by the way. Okay. Well, that's actually going to be really, really interesting, this whole section. So, I think, yeah, the path over there, I kind of want to talk to the troll, but this does seem to lead somewhere else. Unless that's like a secondary entrance into the mines, maybe? Not entirely sure if this whole section is just going to be the mines. But let's look at this tiny bit over here first. What the fuck? I did not see that.
Without aid, I will expire soon.
Yeah, I'm sorry. She's probably gonna die, huh? Yeah. Oopsie. Did not expect there to be a trap, to be honest. Well, whatever. That was my fault. Let's just get her up. Oopsie.
I needed that.
Wait, was the trap below the barrel? Where was it even? Well, I like that I can still accidentally walk into traps. Sorry there, daughter. How did she die so quickly from that? She wasn't even... Yeah, what just happened? I guess there was a trap below the barrel, but why didn't it blow up the other barrel? Ah, well. maybe let's look at the, level ups and whatnot first. Okay, it does seem like I only got ability points. I feel like wasn't there something that I wanted to level, potentially? Or a, special skill? Was it the main character, though? Let's see. Didn't I buy the skill books of the stuff that I wanted to have? This is Scoundrel, right? I think I found this somewhere. I don't necessarily want to actually use it. What is this? Bloodstone cage. Oh. Right. We got that from, what's his name? Brandon? I love this description. It's either dead or pretty depressed. Such a good description. Let's see here. What did I give her? These are the blank ones? Hydrosophist? I think she was supposed to learn that. And maybe teleportation as well, which would be arrow search. So there wasn't actually something that my main chart was supposed to get, I think. Well, the thing is, right, getting to level 4 in either one of these will allow me to actually learn a master spell. And people here in Silver Glen do sell those. The pyrokinetic master spell, those I think I can also get from that. I don't fully remember who he was, or they were, but the fire elemental guy at the end of time where the elemental portals are. I opened up the fire one. So I think I want to keep his ability points for now to be able to get either arrow surge or pyrokinetic to level 4 with the next level up. Okay, so one thing that feels a bit... Well, I don't really know what to make of it. Well, so the game clearly has a lot of stuff in terms of different skills and whatnot and what you can do and learn. And it obviously makes sense to not be able to learn everything, right? And to have to somewhat specialize into certain abilities and points and whatnot. But considering, so I'm now level 13, right? And considering that Leandra, I think, is level 20, Ikara is as well, right? I feel like the game's probably not gonna go that much further beyond 20. And, well, the thing that I'm wondering about, or rather the thing that I'm not, I guess, the biggest fan of, is that it feels like they don't really allow you to experiment all that much. Because here's the thing, right? I started off with dual wielding. Let's suppose I wanted to have, well, I think there might be a way to respec though. I guess maybe that, maybe you're supposed to do that. But it's just, they've already set it up in a way where you can, I mean, you still need a lot of skill points or ability points, right? In order to even be able to get to the higher stuff, right? Because you need to spend one more ability point per level on the ability, right? I need 4 ability points to get dual wielding to 4. So I would say that in general, it's already quite difficult to really specialize into something, right? It takes a bit, which is completely fine, and I think works well. But because of it, I think it would be cool if they allowed you to experiment a bit more, right? Give me just a couple more ability points to be able to, let's say, just put 1 point into two-handed to just try that, right? Maybe I found a really, really cool two-handed staff and I just wanted to see, hey, you know, is that better? Are there like really interesting things to figure out there, right? I feel like you need to, like, I get it. I get the idea of not wanting the player to be able to have access to too many things, because that can throw the already kind of poor balance completely out the window. Well, yeah, I guess it's a very, very difficult thing because it's so intrinsically linked to the difficulty of the game. And I don't know, I guess, well, the difficult part here is, right, is that they do allow you to experiment, but it very much takes away from speccing into one thing and becoming really good at it. So if you would make the game harder, for example, but in you know, to compensate for it, give the player more ability points. The problem is that you could end up with people just experimenting a whole lot, and they would make the game really, really hard for them because they haven't mastered any, you know, more complex spells or anything. But considering that I'm playing on tactician mode, the game, ever since level somewhere around 8 or 9 maybe, I feel like the game became pretty easy. Because even with, you know, having to focus on a few different abilities, you still have access to so many spells, right? I mean, level 3 in Arrow Search, for example, 6 novice spells, 3 adept spells, and then you have to multiply that because I am level 3 in pyrokinetic as well, and then Lillian also has levels in other stuff, right? Meaning that overall, now I have access to, like, what, 25, 30 different abilities? Even more if you count the melee and bow abilities, right? So obviously, I guess, well, maybe the solution would have been to have these to maybe have 2 different ability points, because, I feel like I'm doing the game a disservice here if I compare it to Skyrim's skill tree system, because Skyrim's skill tree system feels like it's a really, really cool idea, but was never tested at all, right? The Skyrim's ability tree system feels like they came up with whatever sounded the coolest to them, and then just didn't care to test it, ever, right? Because the balance in Skyrim is, well, non-existent, more or less. Well, the reason why this feels somewhat similar to Skyrim is, though, that it's very, very easy to see what gives you the biggest benefit, right? Now, I can definitely see people... So, I guess if you have a scoundrel in your party, but then the scoundrel would be the one that pickpockets and opens locks and whatnot, right? It's just that, for example, it feels like these 3 skills are completely pointless to me, right? There's no reason why I would ever spend any points on them. The craftsmanship has another problem in that I have way too much money and way too many things, or way too much loot that you can get. So there's no super big reason why you ever would need this, right? And then stuff like, well, Lore Master's pretty good, but you only need it on one character, right? Telekinesis, kind of pointless as well. And then in terms of personality, well, you have the same problem, right? Bartering doesn't, like, do anything because you have way too much gold anyways. So a skill that gets you even more is pointless, which is unfortunate. And charisma, not the worst thing, but the game really doesn't offer too many options to deal with questlands. I feel like sometimes it does play a role, but I wouldn't necessarily say like too much to really spec into it. And then it does have the same problem where it's enough to have one character with good charisma, right? There isn't that interaction there that you would maybe get in Dragon Age Origins, for example, where, you know, your whole party is talking, and they'll sometimes just throw in lines that might offend whoever you're talking to because of what they think and what their beliefs and whatever are, right? But that's not happening here. If you have one character with high charisma, it's that character's charisma that counts for the conversation. So, and don't get me wrong, this is really just, I don't think that the game is bad at all in this regard. It's just, there is a lot of potential here still, which is insane to me. Like, how a game can be this good, yet at the same time can have so much potential, right? That's pretty crazy, honestly. But yeah, at the end of the day, I feel like, well, balancing this in general probably also is fairly difficult, because making all of these skills equal to one another in terms of, you know, in terms of a decision of the player, is it worth for me to spend an ability point on it? It's really, really tough and difficult to achieve that. So maybe in that regard, the solution would be to weigh skills differently, right? Just sort of increase the points overall. Instead of making it, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4 points for every skill, just give the player way more ability points, but actually weigh the skills, right? So skills that inherently give you more benefit cost more ability points than others. Would be a solution, would also complicate this, right? I mean, one thing that I definitely like about this is that it's very straightforward, right? You get a certain amount of ability points, and the first level in any ability gets, costs 1 point, then it's 2, then it's 3, 4, and so on and so forth. So it's very straightforward and kind of cool. I guess in a way, well, you know, if you actually role play a bit more, right? If you really put a, I guess, backstory sort of for yourself into your character, right? Maybe you'd put points into stuff that isn't... It's a little bit of this issue, right? Where roleplay and min-maxing are sometimes, you know, on opposite ends of the stick, if you will. And I think I'm coming at this from more of a, like, I always think that when I play a game like this, I want the game to already come with everything roleplay in it, essentially, right? So the game should facilitate the roleplay. At least my perfect RPG would be, like, would force me to roleplay through its, you know, gameplay systems. And min-maxing would sort of be on top of the roleplay instead of opposite of it, right? But in this regard, I do think that this is at least partially, you know, has this opposition going on here where I could go with certain abilities that where I sort of think, oh yeah, this is what I want my character to be. But looking at it right from like a, well, I don't really want to call it min-maxing. It's not min-maxing so much as just logically thinking about, well, what kind of skill gives me the most benefit, right? Yes, that technically is min-maxing, but I don't, well, min-maxing sounds as if I'm actually sort of calculating and saying, oh yeah, this is like a 10% gain for me in the next battle, and this is like a 8% gain, so I'm gonna go with the 10%. That's not what I'm doing, right? I'm just sort of looking at this and then, yeah, this seems cool, and then take it, right? But I am certainly thinking about, well, what gives me the biggest edge in battle, right? What is actually useful to me. And a big part of that also, I think, comes down to the fact that it's very, very fun utilizing all those different spells and skills and stuff that exist within the game with all the different effects and whatnot. So I want to just try out as much as possible there, which naturally means that I will put most of my points into those skills. Rather than choosing something that is only sort of passively active, right? Like charisma, for example. Just sometimes having a slightly higher chance to convince somebody of something. And then, yeah, the game certainly doesn't really have that many things in that regard in terms of solving quests purely through talking. The game very, very much is... or puts the turn-based combat front and center most of the time, which I absolutely like because I think the combat is absolutely phenomenal in this game, right? But, yeah. Anyways, let's keep the ability points and use them once I have more. Nothing else to level up here. Let's see, Lillian. Oh, she didn't level. Interesting. Cool. And then she also got 3 ability points. Okay, she already has Expert Marksman, and she doesn't even have that many skills in Marksman, right? I mean, she has 6 Novice skills, but 2 Adept skills. She could learn, what? 2 more Adept skills and 1 more Master skill, though, right? So I feel like she really doesn't need more points in Marksman. She doesn't really need anything else here, though. In terms of defense, well, defense is just kind of pointless for her. It's very, very rare that she actually gets hit by anything. And then bow is at level 4 as well. Why did she started with 1 level in Tenebrium, by the way? Allows you to equip more powerful Tenebrium weapons. Well, I haven't really seen any Tenebrium weapon up until this point. Which I find weird that it's an ability here. I guess maybe it depends on some of your... like, maybe there are ways to get more Tenebrium weapons at the start of the game somewhere that I just didn't find, but... The only Tenebrium weapon I think that I found so far is actually that wand with the special ability against Shambling Oaks that I found in Heibeheim. But that's not even really a good wand. It's just, it has that one special ability. And honestly, I'm quite happy with her using a bow. I don't really... But what would be the point of a crossbow? Can you dual wield bows though? Panel, 2 weapons. Doesn't really say. Wouldn't that be weird though? Because here it specifies, right? Dagger, sword, axe, or mace. So I kind of suspect that dual wielding counts for the same types. Although, well, that's not entirely true, because dual wielding also accounts for wands. Yeah, so her defense stuff isn't really useful, and in terms of her skills... I actually wonder now. Maybe building up her scoundrel skills would be pretty cool. Because that's the one skill tree that nobody has so far, right? So I have, let me see. I have Arrow Thurch on my main character. As expert marksman, that's obviously her. Hydrosophist is on Lillian. Man-at-Arms is Medora. Pyrokinetic is main. Witchcraft is Lillian. And Geomancer is also Lillian. But Scoundrel, nobody has. Well, fuck. I think I actually sold some Scoundrel skill books last time. That's not a big deal. I mean, I have more than enough money to get them back. But now that I'm thinking about it, that might actually be pretty fun. And might even open up even more possibilities during battle, right? And then she already has a base 3 of Lawmaster. Which I feel like is more than enough. I don't even know what you would get with another point. Examine enemies identified. Because I already know... With this Lawmaster rating, I already know all the resistances. I know willpower, and so through that I know the resistances against, you know, with like saving throws and how easy they are charmed and whatnot. Nasty deeds. I gave her a point in sneaking at some point. The thing is also, right? With those earlier quests in Cyseal, I felt like there were actually a couple of opportunities to utilize lockpicking to your advantage. But if you don't start out with a character that's already good at lockpicking, the lockpicking almost feels wasted. Because later on, ever since I left Cyseal, or even with the later quests in Cyseal, it didn't feel like lockpicking actually helped me that much. And pickpocketing kind of has the same problem that bartering has, in that why would I ever want to pickpocket anybody if I can just buy everything? That being said, there might be a few quest items here and there that you might be able to pickpocket and, you know, have easier access to them that way, but... Yeah, honestly, let's level Scoundrel for her. I feel like that would be cool. Yeah, let's do that. Let me see. I think... Didn't I still have at least one Scoundrel skill book somewhere? Didn't I just look at one? Become Air. Only take half of all physical damage dealt to you. That's an adept skill. Well... That's not even that good, is it? Because I just said that she isn't really getting hit that much anyways, so... Yeah. Doesn't really help that much, does it? And then, well, I think I only really sold one scoundrel skill. I don't think that I had that many. I guess let's learn this one, just for shits and giggles. Yeah, she would need 3 scoundrel to be able to utilize it effectively. I mean, well, who knows, right? This might come in handy at some point. Might come in handy. Oh, well, the physical damage reduction. Don't know if I would ever really need that out of combat, huh?
Sweet relief.
It's kind of funny though, thinking about I just talked about, you know, potential experimentation, and now I am doing the very thing that I just said was quite difficult to do. I guess the thing is, I've already kind of experimented a lot in that sense, right? Because Lillian has access to an insane number of spells at this point, because she's proficient in 3 disciplines, more or less. Where the fuck was the trap to begin with? How did I even...
Careful! I've spotted a trap.
I guess there must have been one that literally was just sitting next to the barrel.
Out. I see a trap nearby.
Please don't step on it. They go around it automatically, right? Wait, what? The fuck are we stepping on? Huh. Well, seems pretty intricate. So I guess the lever probably turns everything off, right? It's maybe... Wait, before I do that, separate her from the party. Yeah, the problem might be that there are other traps around, right? She's probably not able to see those. Never mind. Never mind. Forgot about that possibility. Let's separate Lillian and just cast Avatar of Poison on herself.
Ho! Our enemies have laid a trap.
I guess I could have just placed
Careful now.
barrels on... Ooh, shit. Can I walk past those? How does she even see them through the smoke? Okay, I can actually walk past them. Interesting.
Careful now. That's a trap.
Oh. Yeah, that's another one of those instances that just kind of feels a little bit cheap, to be entirely honest. I think I'm just gonna reload this. Because, yeah, I'm really not a big fan of the fact that this lava stuff exists as sort of a permadeath thing, or something that just immediately kills you. It would have been completely fine had she been blown up by normal fire interacting with oil and poison, right? That I wouldn't have minded, but the fact that, you know, you just have this death, what's it called? This death stuff in there. It's just a bit unfortunate. Okay, let's... I think she still has a barrel with her. Guess that's also why so many barrels are here, right? Let's pick this up as well. How do I even... wait. Wait, if I hold it? Nah, that's not how this works, right? Put into, open. I think I have to drop it, right? Yeah. Oh! Wait, this still has snow on it? Really? Okay, that's kind of funny. Oh, wait, I haven't... Let's see.
Look out! I
Okay.
see a trap nearby.
Move. Okay. Let's move further up. Okay, doesn't seem like there's anything else around. Let's pick up the Stardust Herb real quick. And then slowly...
That's a trap.
Okay, that's that trap. And then there
Careful!
were
I've spotted a trap.
3 mines back here. Back to Medora. Let's put down one of the other barrels. Drop item. It's another snowy one, okay. I'm gonna place this here. Why did this... What? Does it not really count for some reason? What? Shows us being on the trap. Well, that's strange. Well... Oh, wait, who has... I thought she had the... Oh, no, never mind. I think I wanted to have more trap disarming things, but for some reason there weren't any available anywhere. I thought I bought some. Oh no, never mind. He has them. Okay. Cool. Let's pick up the barrel then. Might be able to utilize that. And just blow up the mines. This is always quite a bit more involved than maybe you'd want it to be.
My kingdom for a dry shirt.
As cool as these environmental puzzles were at the start, well, the problem is they do lose their charm somewhat, because at least in this particular case, they don't really have anything too new going on. Well, the problem is also there is nothing that really indicates why that lava trap would even start up. I guess the idea is that you need to sneak to the lever, maybe? Wait, let's see. If she starts sneaking. Is there any vision cone that I can see? What? What? Why did... What is happening? Stop all running to weird places. Stop running there! What are you doing? Okay, never mind. When did I save? That was completely dumb. Why did they run up there? Oh, that is something that is really frustrating. Well, first of all, the fireball shouldn't have hit me to begin with because, for fuck's sake. Now I need to do all of this again.
Look out! I see a trap nearby.
Yeah, for these kinds of situations, you just want to separate everybody, essentially, because for some reason they sometimes do weird, dumb circle stuff. Okay. Let's move this on top there. She's gonna move up.
Look out! I see a trap nearby.
Let's... inventory. Oh, yeah, that was really, really frustrating. I don't know why they... I mean, it was my bad for, you know, not separating my characters, but still, that shouldn't have happened. I don't know why they did that weird movement. Because there's more than enough space here to just stand next to each other, right? There was no reason to actually move up here. And then also Berdotta... I don't know why she suddenly got hit by the fireballs. It's as if they have like an RNG element to their like cone or something, which shouldn't really be true. I don't know. Let's save again. Oh yeah, let's also pick up the herb. Okay, so the statue or whatever else started up the... I thought the other barrel was maybe standing on something. Why? Why does that hit her? She was not standing on the fire surface. Yeah, for some reason the I guess the explosion has a... Ah, yeah, that might be it. I think the explosion might have a bigger radius than the fire puddle, but at least behind. It's a little bit of a weird thing, but alright. Well, what do we do with the lever then?
Careful! I've spotted a trap.
Oh, for fuck's sake, this is so weird to navigate. Okay, so essentially, I want to place something down on that trap before it starts up, right? Which in theory should be possible. To place a barrel on it. Let's see. The only problem is going to be whether or not I can move it far enough. Let's see. She can move stuff quite far, yeah. Why? Why did that suddenly hit her? Whatever. Okay. In theory, it should mean that the trap can go off. Although it is lava, Meaning it might go through the hole. Ah. Okay, so there is a... there is a plate here somewhere that I just can't see, okay?
I feel better already. Bless the 7 I have restored.
Okay, nice. That turned everything off. Let me see. I have... where is it? Burn My Eyes, right? Let's cast Burn My Eyes on her.
Careful! I've spotted a trap.
You have? Wait, what? Oh, those stones there on the ground. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Fair enough. And let's move Lillian away then. And not step on that again. Curious Parchment. Let's read this first. Maradino the Magnificent has left his mark upon this milieu. All is made magnificent by Maradino's mark. Absolutely no fucking clue what that's supposed to be about, but alright. Ah, unfortunate. That's not really that great. Nice Clawed Fire Wand, yeah. This is all stuff that's worse than what I currently have. Do I want to pick the barrels back up? Not really. I'll just pick up other barrels, I think. Wait, let's cast that on her again. And see if we can spot the other one. The other pressure plate, I mean. Should be around here somewhere, right? Maybe? Maybe not. I thought... I thought I stepped on something around here somewhere, but... Okay, well, whatever. Let's get everybody back then. Yeah, I'm just gonna pick up a couple more barrels from... I don't know where. With Medora. Because it's actually kind of funny to me that these barrels full of snow are standing here without the snow melting or anything. Or I guess it's, you know, snow from the Fae realm, so maybe it's special and that it can't melt. And yeah, okay. That's quick save. Well, that was a whole bunch of annoying, you know, interactions for loot that I didn't need. Oh boy. That moved the oil barrel for some reason. That was kind of scary. Well, anyways. Yeah, I don't know. These environmental traps... Well, the thing is, right? The solution to them is actually really interesting, or rather fun. Because it is dependent on so many cool skills, like your perception rating, and then you can cast, you know, being invulnerable to poison and whatnot. Okay, two things that I don't really like about them, though. First of all, there is just way too much stuff in this game that outright kills you. Because this is not anything too special. It's literally just for a wooden chest that doesn't even necessarily contain interesting loot, right? So I think it's completely fine if they have something that makes the chest inaccessible, or even accidentally destroys it, right? That I don't mind. But having something there that just immediately kills you without any a possibility for you to react to that just doesn't feel that great, right? It feels like a trial and error game, and I don't like those very much. Also, I think this kind of stuff made sense, for example, to the southeast, I think it was, of Sicil, where there was this hut of somebody who, at least according to the notes and everything that I found, was experimenting with mines and whatnot, right? So it made sense that his entire house was, you know, trapped in, full of like poison and lava and whatever, right? This, though, is just a random statue in a forest. Why would there be 5 mines, 2 pressure plates, and 2 lava-spewing whatever things in front of it? Right? It just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. I guess in theory, you could say, well, these pillars or whatever were around there. Maybe they belong to some ancient civilization that built these traps in order to, you know, protect their stuff. But, I mean, that would have maybe made sense if there had been some sort of dungeon entrance to a tomb or whatever from that ancient civilization. This was literally for a wooden chest, right? So I wish they would have come up with a more thematically appropriate puzzle here, right? For example, and the game has those, right? Like the mushrooms next to Ikara's hut were really, really fun, right? I could have either fought them and destroyed them, but you could also talk to them and solve their riddles, and then they got rid of the, you know, protective sphere around the hut. So not only are the mushrooms thematically appropriate to this forest, but it was also really, really fun going through it. Now, obviously, they don't have to implement like really complicated dialogue or anything constantly, but this just sort of feels... I would have rather... I would have liked it for them to rather just delete this entire area, like the small, you know, bend over here that leads to this chest. Just delete all of it and just make it part of the background. Would have been better than having it in here, right? Because having it in here means that somehow this is supposed to make sense within the world, and it just doesn't. You know, sure, you could come up with some far-fetched explanation. Oh yeah, maybe a thief stole some stuff, put it in a wooden box, and then just placed a bunch of mines and traps around them, but it doesn't really make sense, does it, right? So, I mean, maybe if it had only been poisonous traps or something, you could have at least made it seem as if the goblins maybe put it here. But yeah, it's just a bit... I just wish that it would be more in line with the environment and the themes and whatnot around here. Anyways, though, all right, we came this way. Do I want to talk to the couple with the mount again? I'm not entirely sure. Because when we talked to them originally, it really did seem as if there was just a person in Sylphicland that we could talk to, and they would just help them. But I talked to everybody, didn't I? I guess I could just talk to them again. Maybe having been to Silverglen makes them say something else. Wait, am I even going the right way?
Last of the potatoes.
Yeah.
We'll be dining on pine cones soon if no one comes to our rescue.
Broad skull. Let's pick these up. Wait, why is the skeleton here? Pretty sure that I never killed anybody here. I think.
Dancing dugongs, you nearly startled me out of my boots. Well, you've got my attention, comrade.
Sorry, I didn't want to... I wanted to pick up the skull. I thought for a small second that she commented on that bone pile, but nope.
Oh, how good it is to see a human face in these odious woods filled with nightmares come real. Do forgive me if I seem a bit bedraggled, but we've had a frightful time of it of late. My husband Bjorn's a blacksmith, of some renown as a matter of fact. A favourite with the legionnaires that passed through Hunter's Edge. Or used to, I should say. He hasn't a head for business though, and that's where I come in. We made a good living, he and I, in that quiet little town. Orc plunder now.
Where was Hunter's Edge again? Was that next to Seal, or is that where I'm actually supposed to go for this quest?
What is there left to say, really?
Oh yeah, that was...
I could tell you it's more wholesome than
Oh,
Seal, but then the orcs came. I could tell you it's cozy, that the people there are nice, but then the orcs came. All you'll find there now are broken dreams and broken bodies around orcish bonfires. Hunter's Edge, it no longer exists.
Sounds pretty sad. Do we know where that is? Because I'm pretty sure that I talked to her already.
Oh, I do hope you can heal dear Alfie. He deserves every care he can get after saving us so valiantly. Or perhaps he was just hungry. Still, the result is the same, isn't it?
True. Yeah, I've already accepted this quest, but...
What do you say, your knightship? Will you escort us to Silverglen?
Oh, I completely forgot about that. Why does the quest log not mention that? The quest log just says, yeah, sure, help them. Or, you know, the quest log just says, their mount is injured. I completely forgot that you were supposed to escort them. Right. Because I didn't initially do this because, well, I wanted to go to Ikaru's hut first, because that's kind of where the quest and everything was taking us. And I feared that by escorting them to Silverglen, I would potentially start other stuff, which would have probably been true, all things considered. But yeah, it's so weird that the quest log doesn't mention that, because...
Oh no.
I mean...
It's nothing but a squirrel.
Well, sure, I took a couple months break between my play sessions because of, you know, new patches for 14 and whatnot, but there's still a high chance that you just, as a player, might end up doing a whole bunch of other stuff, right? Potentially working on the main quest, whatever have you. And then you look at the quest log and you just read, oh, yeah, their mount was injured. Okay. If the quest log actually had mentioned that they wanted me to escort them to Silverglen, I would have immediately gone, oh yeah, sure, I can do that now, right? Because we've been to Silverglen. It's a bit strange. The quest log is sometimes strange. Sometimes it just elaborates a lot on what you did, and sometimes it just doesn't. Oh well, whatever. Let's escort them.
I'm glad you've agreed Alfie needs to be saved before we can depart. Please leave no stone unturned in your search for a concoction that will heal his wounds.
Is he going to follow us now?
Ooh, the pain. Demons take all bandits. I bit one of the buggers in two, and still he's stabbed and stabbed before he finally croaked.
Perhaps we could find a way to heal you?
Bless your heart merely to suggest it, my friend. But you'll need powerful magic indeed to cure this devilish gash. I've heard they dabble in healing rituals in Silverglen, which is, ironically, the very place we're unable to reach, us three.
Is this even true?
How are you holding up, my sweet? Not too tired?
I'm
A
fine.
bloodstone? Then it is in your power to heal me. Will you?
Do we have one?
Close my
I thought
eyes
we
and
only
remember
had
the call
inactive
voice.
ones that had already
Chances
been
are I'll never
used.
open them again. No, we must
A
remain
bloodstone
vigilant.
such as this is rather rare. Let's just put this creature out of its misery. I mean, of course I want to help him. I'm just slightly confused why we have a bloodstone that is still seemingly active.
Please don't leave
Okay,
devices, your knightship. Heed our call
well,
for
at this point in
resistance.
time, I don't think that we necessarily have any
My
other
nerves are all shot.
potential uses for the bloodstone. Let's just save him. I mean, maybe this is the wrong decision. This is kind of strange, isn't it? I thought I was just gonna escort them to Silverglen, but now I have to choose, right? There isn't even an option to just leave him be.
We have the means to save this animal, and so we shall.
Kite thing
That
to
would
do.
be the kind thing to do. Yes.
My word! Oh, this is marvellous! Nay, miraculous! Outlaws beat damned! I am healed!
As powerful as it is sinister.
Alfie,
A stitch in time, eh, my friends?
how you have suffered for
I'm
it.
warm as fresh apple pie. Think of all the clothes
There's
I left behind in Hunter's Edge.
Kindly old
All
soul.
the jewels and
We'll
trinkets.
get you out of this pinch.
Hell, take the orcs.
What just happened? I'm confused. Why am I not rotten anymore? Did the bloodstone just heal us all? An amount of healing. We healed Born's mount with a bloodstone. And now there is a used up. I didn't. Where did we? Where?
Don't leave us to our own devices, your knightship. Heed our call for assistance.
Where did we? What? Why did I have?
Don't you
Huh?
worry, my sweet. Without
I'm really confused. Where the hell did I get a functioning bloodstone from? I thought we had used all of them. Well, we hadn't. We'd never really used any of them, right? Most of them were just used during. I guess I must have still had one. It's so strange to me that the quest just continues this way, because we could have also just escorted them, but somehow
You
they.
are bleeding, Alfie. Oh, is there nothing I can do?
Why are you still saying that?
What do you say, your knightship? Will you escort us to Silverglen? He's right as rain again, is Alfie, and he has you to thank for it, my liege. A miracle worker is what you are.
What? Is this a bug?
I can't believe
Because
we're
they don't
stuck
need
here,
me anymore.
So close to our goal. Oh, will we ever reach?
I feel fresh as a daisy again. It is still a bit green around the gills. I do hope we'll leave for a pleasanter place soon.
Tell me about yourself.
I have no idea what I am really, but only that I was caught in a snare when I was very little. Luckily, the hunter thought I didn't look quite appetising enough to be eaten, and so he sold me to Mora. Bjorn didn't like the look of me at first, but when I grew strong, stronger than 5 stallions combined, I was suddenly promoted to carrier beast. Were that I was weak, for I loathed carrying things.
Oh, what? Okay. Well, why do you stay with the two then? What's your opinion about them anyways?
They worked me as diligently as a peasant is oxen, but what can I do? They've owned me and fed me for as long as I can remember. As far as I know, this is what life is. Even though I have good hopes they'll give me a bit more rain now that I've saved them both from a gruesome goblin death.
Well, I certainly hope though. Seems you actually deserve way more than just being a carrying beast for them, but alright.
Please don't leave us to our own devices, your
over
knightship.
here.
Heed our call for assistance.
Yeah, I wanted to escort you to Silverglen, but you just
What do you
didn't
say, your
actually.
knightship? Will you escort us to Silverglen? We are your knightship. With Alfie healed, we're raring to go.
Oh. I guess I had to heal Alfie first and then escort them? Right. Because the whole point was that Alfie wasn't... Right. Okay, now I remember. Why is the quest log not fucking telling you anything of this? Now I remember. Right. I wanted to escort them, but they didn't want to go with me because Alfie still wasn't healed, and they didn't want to leave him behind.
It's nothing but a stroke.
Makes sense. And now we healed Alfie, now we can escort them. Alright, come, we're leaving
Right
for
you are, Sir
Silverline.
Knight. This is it, Mara. You and Alfie stick close together now. Onward, to Silverglen.
Okay. That's not, you know... Are they actually waiting for us? Not the escort job. Bjorn asked us to escort... Yeah, okay. I wonder if there's anybody who's gonna attack them or something? Because, I mean... Previously, I went this path without being attacked by anybody? We're going this way, aren't we? Yeah. I'm still really confused about that whole Bloodstone business, though. Hello. Forest Cutthroat. Okay, where did all of you come from? Okay. Hey, you buddy over there. How about you kill the bandit that is standing 20 meters in front of you? Not even. And actually protect the people that want to get to your city. This is rather weird. Not gonna lie. I think they kind of maybe want you to do this right away. Did they never actually talk to Alfie or something? I guess I must have gotten the Bloodstone somewhere in Hyperheim then, right? Because otherwise this doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. I don't know what's going on anymore. This is kind of strange. But whatever. Let's try charming one of them, shall we? Oh. Couple people back here. Let's charm you. Because they're a bit too close to the people I'm supposed to protect. Which I don't like. Yeah, maybe a summon wouldn't be the worst idea. Just give me a couple more options to deal with them. Let's put the summon there. I mean, there is this oil barrel here, which should be able to blow these two guys up, hopefully. And that guy's charmed. So let's try to maybe just use the split. Oh, I didn't even see that guy. Oh, there's a lot. Where's Cutthroat? Yeah, let's hit you then. That was already pretty good.
Explosive flame!
Nice. That should deal with those two quite effectively. They're not really in range for that. Let's see what they do. Cute. Hey, don't run away from my skeleton. Oh, nice attack of opportunity. Oh, yeah, she's actually running away from my skeleton. Never mind. Is she scared of him? Or something? She has a dagger, though. Why wouldn't she just attack the skeleton? Uh-oh. Nice throw, buddy. Nice throw. poisoned. Yeah, I can deal with that. Oh. Healing. Interesting. She can do... Oh. No. She's just scared, I think.
Away from me, fiend! Away!
Yeah, they're both scared. It's kind of funny that they also take turns, though.
Someone help me! Please!
Well, I guess it's nice that this guy came so close, because now I can just deal with him, I guess. Bye-bye. He just burned to ash right away. Holy shit. That looked kind of brutal. I mean, that guy's still charmed. So I kind of strengthened him as well, but I think it's kind of good to strengthen, you know, everybody here. Oh. I thought Alfie would actually help us a bit. It's unfortunate. Whoa. Oh, wait, was that a teleport? Oh, yeah, it was. For a second, it looked as if she might have... I thought she might have actually resurrected somebody, or something, but nope. She just straight up teleported herself. Well, it's a bit unfortunate. I guess I'm just gonna run after her then. Bit annoying that it takes so many points. But whatever. Okay. Lillian is frozen. I can probably get rid of those two then. I mean, there's nobody here anymore. Everything's blown up. Medora can hopefully deal with her, and he's still charmed. Might actually take her out, hopefully. And he should be dead in his next turn, right? In theory, he should burn up. So... I could just attack both of them and kill one of them. Or I could use a knockdown arrow. But honestly, I think I just want to attack them. Yeah. Let's get rid of her. Nice. Okay, that was him burning up. Bit unfortunate that he didn't attack her, but oh well. What did she drop there? Light water staff. She had a staff? She attacked with a crossbow, though. Oh well, whatever.
Face the unending darkness.
Can I do shocking touch? No. Ah, well. Hey, Undead Swordsman's actually useful. How embarrassing that must be, right? Running away from a fucking skeleton with a butcher's knife and then getting killed by it regardless. Nice. Do I just want to move over here? I don't know if that guy will move. Sure, why not? That was a very, very chill walk that my skeleton just did there.
Away from me, fiend! Away!
Okay, they could help a little bit more, right? I mean, we're clearly winning. Let's just use the ram to get behind her. Wait, that did knock her down? Are you kidding me? Guess let's just do Crushing Fist. Boink. Now you're knocked down. Also, I thought... Didn't Alfie just Well, I guess Elfie protected them against goblins and whatnot, right? These are actual people. I don't want to do anything that might cause some AoE damage or something. Well, I mean, I could also attack him. Because he's still getting a turn, right? Might be worth to just get rid of him. Boom. Yeah, sure, let's just do a normal attack on him. There we go. Those guys are dead, so... And the other one's knocked down. Kind of makes the poison a little... He even got knocked down. Sorry, buddy. That's so mean, right? Already poisoned, and then an arrow comes flying, but he's just lying on the ground, can't do anything, and then the next arrow comes and just kills you. Brutal. Yeah, let's just do this. I knew it. I'm always accidentally stunning Medora. That is so annoying though, right? I mean, the blood... Like, obviously the blood is slightly, like, next to her. Because of the person that died there previously. Okay. We need to go back, for all the loot. So it's just kind of annoying that, you know, blood spills out, and obviously it's right next to her, and then you use your air staff and you shock her. It's a bit unfortunate. Thanks, guards, for doing absolutely nothing and leaving all of the work to me again.
May the goddess guide you through the forest and keep you safe.
Yeah, because you sure as hell won't be. Okay, aren't we here yet? Like... Guess we did it? Okay, there we go.
We did it! Oh, you did it! Oh, Mara, my love. Truly have we been delivered. You live, Alfie lives, and I do too. Oh, joyous hour. I still can't believe it. Silverglade!
Okay, we actually got a whole bunch of, like, charisma points with him. I wonder if they'll help us with stuff here.
What is to become of us here, I wonder? Oh, but I know, don't I? A blacksmith I was in Hunter's Edge, and a blacksmith I'll remain, for such is my one purpose in life. Aye, come what may, your knightship, I thank you for standing by me, by us, during our hour of need. I thank you.
That would be quite interesting if he tries to maybe join the... What was her name? Nadia, I think, right? Wasn't she running sort of a blacksmith's shop? There they go. Whole party made it safely to Silverglen. Okay, I guess we'll look at them later. I hope nobody's going to, like, kill them or whatever might happen here. Wait, did I... Pretty sure that I opened this chest. Yeah, I did. Okay, let's see. A nail bomb. some staff. Don't know why they had that, but alright. Some armor, avatar of scrolls, a healing potion. Yeah, they weren't necessarily the cleverest bunch, were they? Shouldn't have attacked us. Although then again, I mean, it was quite a few of them, right? So maybe they thought that they could just get away with it or something. I haven't been to this place. Pavilion of Death. What the fuck? Okay. Sure, I guess? Well, before I interact with that, let's take a look at my ability points here. Okay, so she has 1, 2. I don't know, I'm very rarely attacking with her directly, though. I mean, sometimes I am, and obviously it's going to increase the damage no matter what, right? So if I do hit somebody with, like, a freeze spell or whatnot, it'll deal more damage, but... Well, the thing is, I thought about giving her... Okay, so I could level up Hydrosophist for now. I kind of wanted to give her teleportation as well, because that seemed fairly useful to me. But actually getting Hydrosophist up one more level would help a bunch, because I think... Wait, does it actually help? Well, I guess I'm not really able to use Ice Shard currently. Well, that's a good question. Does it actually help? Because I don't really need Ice Shard, right? Neither do I need the other one, like the skill book that I still have in my inventory. I mean, it would be nice to have, I suppose. I really don't know if I want to level Aerothurge. I mean, having teleportation on both main characters, but that's actually one of those decisions that I was talking about earlier, right? I guess in an RP, not even only RP sense, just in general, I think it's kind of boring to do that. Not only because I already have a character that has points in Aerothurge and therefore can use all of that stuff, but also having teleportation available in a way where you can infinitely teleport two characters anywhere you want, essentially, just feels kind of cheap. That might be a very, very easy solution to a couple of environmental puzzles. Although, it might also not be. Maybe I'm overestimating what you can do with it. It certainly would have helped in Heiberheim, but... I mean, I guess that's about it. Yeah, let's go with Hydrosophist 3 for now, because it not only does it spend all the points that I currently have, but... that way, I sort of have everything, right? Except for Scoundrel on level 3 on one on any character. Let's do that, and then I guess Medora also got ability points, which this is a little bit more difficult. I'm not entirely sure. Because she is already quite proficient in her base, in most of her base stuff, right? So I think, especially considering that Berdotta has level 4 already in a couple of these, I think I might want to get her to level 4 as well. In, you know, one of these. Either men-at-arms or two-handed. Because she also can't learn a master men-at-arms skill currently. Yeah. So let's keep her points as well. Okay. Let's... Considering its name, using it doesn't really seem like the cleverest idea. But I wouldn't necessarily know its name, right?
Stop for
Ah, hello.
or it will stop for you. Oblige death now, for it obliges you. Tell me, traveler, do you wish to die?
Not particularly. No.
Death sends its finest carriage for you, yet you deign to step inside? An insult, yes, but unhappy guests are so unpleasant.
Okay. I halfway expected it to either attack us or kill us anyway. I wonder what had happened if I said yes. I wonder if it had taken us to some sort of death realm. Because surely it wouldn't just kill you, right? That seems a bit... What is even this weird thing? It seems a bit boring if it would just outright kill you. Okay, let's check out the path back here. That's where I haven't really been to. And once I've... Because I think I have to go this way to the mines, right? So let's go back here first. Then I'm going to take another look at Silver Glen and see maybe where Alfie and the others went. And then we're actually going to go to the mines. I'm still... Like, the fact that helping Alfie also cured me of rot is just quite strange to me. It's even stranger considering that I think I'm actually still carrying that Tenebrium wand, I'm pretty sure. Wait, am I? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I am. I guess it just gives you rot once you pick it up, and then if you give it to another character, that character will also be rotten, but as long as you don't move it anywhere, but just keep it around, it'll not rot you. Oh, hello. Beehive. Okay. You can just open up the beehive and nothing happens? I was halfway oh, hello. I was halfway expecting them to just attack me. Rogue Earth Elemental. And a couple more of these flowers. I guess let's just fight them. Well, they will probably be resistant to Earth. Oh, very susceptible to air, fairly susceptible to water, so... I could actually cast Ice Shard. Might also summon in the Undead Warrior. Let's go with the Ice Elemental. I don't think that I've summoned it in quite that often. Let's put it a bit further away though, because I think I want to hit the flowers with a fireball. And I think I'm going to strengthen Berdotta again, because her initial things like Splintering Arrow and the Ricochet are just crazy strong every time. Do need to move her up a little bit though. Let's see, let's move here. Is that enough? Yeah, sure, let's start with this one. They do have a couple more HP, compared to the humans and also the goblins that I fought. Alright, let's see. Fireball. Let's blow up that. Oh, wait. The tree trunk. You think there's something in there? Ah, well, whatever. Holy shit, that was quite effective. And the tree trunk's just immediately gone. Sometimes I'm still, you know, surprised just by how powerful I tend to be now. Especially against these, oh, they hasten themselves. Interesting. These lower level enemies. Raged and hastened. I was gonna say, do you even still have ability points left to spend? They actually have quite a few supportive spells, it seems. As always, your daughter, Medora. Sorry, Medora is a billion miles away. Nice. I do love that that's a possibility, though. Okay, that would only hit one of them. Let's try to cripple this guy then. What do we have here? Elemental Ice Blast. Freezing failed. Unfortunate. Let's see what the flowers do. They're just burning. Okay, they're not even doing anything. Okay. I guess the small ones don't really do much, aside from poisoning their surroundings, maybe? I could cast Avatar of Poison on Medora again. Doesn't really help that much, though, because there isn't that much poison around. Most of it's been blown up. Oh, wait. The silver arrow and sturdy leather boots? Did they actually come from that tree trunk that I killed? Not killed, destroyed? Might have been. Okay. What am I doing? Well, that doesn't really... It's unfortunate that that's not really an AoE skill. Let's maybe do that. Well, almost. Let's just hit this guy with my normal attack. Oh, I forgot. Fuck. I thought I still had a water wand equipped. Oopsie. Well, let's slow him down then. Failed. Nice. I completely forgot about that.
It craves more.
Killed 2 of the flowers. Precision stance. It's actually a little bit disappointing. I have a billion different arrows at my disposal, yet I can't really use them most of the time because the normal attacks are just too strong already, especially if if the Oath of Desecration is on her. Okay, let's see. That might accidentally blow up the ice elemental, but oh well. Actually didn't. How did that not blow him up? What the hell? Bye-bye. Can he even... Is he gonna die? Can't see target. Okay, sure. Does she have something that she can maybe throw on it? I mean, yes, in theory, but I don't really want to spend items on that one small flower that is still alive. I can... Let's see, if I move here... Am I in range? Yeah. Somehow I think that actually got a larger range. I don't know. It felt quite a bit smaller in the beginning, but... There's a bunch of ice now. Because of my ice elemental exploding there. Alright, that's going away though. Ooh. That's a lot of stuff. Wait, who dropped the eyes? Are the flowers dropping those? Did they maybe eat humans and then the eyes are left over? Is that what I'm seeing here? I need to be careful not to slip on the eyes. Okay, now it's melted. Is that the implication? Do these flowers actually eat humans and somehow the eyes are still left after they've been eaten? Oh, now you can properly see it. That's a giant snake. Wow. It's a little bit low res, but other than that, looks pretty interesting. That's where it just came from.
The world is not immaculate as yet, friend. Be wary. Be vigilant.
Yeah, maybe you should help against these rogue earth elementals, huh? Don't you think that makes the world more immaculate? Okay, let's look down here first. What's going on here? What is with these random... random bits and pieces in the world where you can't really do much? It's like the Pavilion of Death. Though I suppose that one at least has some sort of significance to it if you actually let it kill you, maybe. Although, I mean, this somewhat looks like a fairly suspicious stone wall, right? So it might be that it is some sort of cave entrance that I'm just not able to see yet. Although, that being said, let's increase her perception. Maybe that works? Ah, there we go. Well... yeah, this was... I guess it was just the treasure chest that you can find here. Is there anything else to it? Why is it still glowing like that? Okay, what's her passive perception? Or her normal perception rating? 10. Oh no, it's still active. Okay. So it's 10 with Burn My Eyes. It's 8 without. Okay, okay. Well, that's fair. I'm level 13. I think it's fair that you need 10 perception in order to see the chest. Because I was going to say, wait, isn't her normal perception already pretty high? But it's 8 currently. I do fairly frequently forget this, though. So maybe also increasing my perception next to that Pavilion of Death might reveal something else. Well, then again, I probably...
Right here. It could be an ambush.
Don't really think so. Yeah, this certainly seems like one. Considering the poison on the ground, might be a goblin ambush, though. Well, let's kill him then, huh? There we go. Oh, hello. just happened? What is this? Blood wasp. Something stunned Medora. Was it the wasps? I guess they weren't happy that we interacted with their nest after all. Though it wasn't theirs, I think. What even is the status? What is going on with us? Wait, decaying touch. Healing, what? Healing magic will damage you for 150%. Ah, okay. Interesting. So I'm not really able to heal now. Well, I mean, that's kind of fine. They are very susceptible to fire. Problem is we're all standing fairly close together. So I'm not entirely sure if I just want to blow him up like this. Once again, the big question is, what do I do? Getting a summon in, probably not a bad idea. Why does she have a summon Earth Elemental scroll, by the way? I don't really... She doesn't really have a summon that would super help me right now, though. I mean, the good thing is that the Undead Warrior can't be poisoned, right? So... let's summon him over here. He might be able to deal with those two flowers over there. Do I want to maybe make somebody immune to poison? Ah, well. Wait, Medora is stunned. Can I unstun her? I don't think... Ooh, I could do Petrifying Touch, maybe. On one of the wasp thingies. Well, charming them honestly seems a bit weird. Even if I would theoretically be able to do it, just kind of seems wrong. Yeah, I think my main has the ability to unstun her, right? I mean, I can do... Let's do Freezing Touch on these ones. At least that way they can't annoy me. Let's just double check with the Earth resistance. So they're not really resistant to Earth damage. Cool. Let's... Yeah, let's strengthen their daughter, though. That's always so, you know, helpful. And then just do her usual stuff, because that's gonna hit all of these things here, right? Yeah. Whoa! Okay, well that did more damage than I expected. Holy shit. That killed a bunch of stuff already. How are these not dead? Are you kidding me? Okay, killed the ones that were frozen. That was somewhat unfortunate. Maybe I do want to throw a fireball over to the other... Ah, sure, why not? I need to... Lock my control line. What? Only unfortunate thing is that Fireball always costs a lot. I guess I can just do this, though.
Feel the fury of the air!
Bye-bye. Ah, shit. I'm not close enough to them. Medora is still stunned, right? Yeah, sure. At least I got rid of all the wasps. And I don't think these guys will be able to bleed. How's that thing poisoned? Won't that heal it? It looks slow in kind of a funny way. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. That is really, really good that those two just attacked the swordsman. Okay, that's weird though. Why didn't these two attack me directly? Huh. Not entirely certain how they decide on whether or not they attack you. Okay, Medora's not stunned anymore, so she can probably deal with the ones up close. While she does that, I guess I will just be dealing with the ones back here. Can I just attack them directly? I mean, they're still burning, right? Her normal attack, sadly, really isn't that great, but... Anyways, Bedotta's gonna actually deal significant damage here. Let's do this. Yeah, poison does heal them. Let's get rid of this one. Kind of crazy that the flowers almost give twice the amount of experience compared to the wasps. For some reason I thought that the wasps were potentially more difficult to deal with, but oh well. That did less than what I was anticipating.
Have mercy on your soul.
Whoa! Oh. Guess I killed the other one by blowing up the poison. Nice. Undead Swordsman. Deal with this one. Block. And then we have Medora dealing with this one. I guess a normal attack probably is the best way to do this. Still trying to poison the swordsman. Alright, let's just do normal stuff. It's probably going to poison everybody up close, but... well, whatever. Or maybe it's not. Well, that was easy. Can I get rid of all the negative effects in this area? Especially those poison puddles on the ground would be nice to get rid of. Does it actually? One of them is still there. Sometimes I don't really get what makes stuff stay around and what makes stuff go away. Also, where did the raw meat come from? Are you telling me that the that those butterfly wasp things actually have meat on them? Maybe these weird plants actually do have eyes, though. I mean, I guess I guess they must be they must somehow be able to target you, huh? With their poison spewing. They wouldn't really be able to do that if they didn't have... I mean, this one has an air wand in it, though. Well, so I guess the... They're both fairly, you know, fairly possible things that might be going on here. Either they just eat humans and have their eyeballs still in them, or the alternative would be that they actually do have eyeballs and yeah. East Silicon, South Sun. High Plains. Okay. Interesting. Ooh. Huh. I just realized. So this is the broken bridge the troll was guarding, right? And it previously led over here. And then there's another broken bridge, which another troll is guarding, that leads over here. So both of those bridges would connect to the High Plains, but the mine is actually down here in this sort of riverbed. So maybe I'm not actually supposed to go this way yet, because it feels like it leads to this entire area back here, whereas the mines don't actually connect to that, right? At least I don't think so, because in theory this is all sort of inaccessible, right? This is all just like this is higher than this. And if I take this route back here, it'll only bring me to the High Plains, not the mines. So I think, oh, excuse me, I think I'm actually supposed to go this way. And I suspect somehow that'll lead down to the mines. Yeah. I think that's where I'm supposed to go. Okay, cool. Anyway, let's save real quick. Let's maybe heal Medora up slightly because she still has the slightly damaged. Do the same thing with Bedotta. I'm actually quite glad that helping Elfie with the Bloodstone removed our rot. Because that was really bugging me. Though I also definitely have to admit that I'm still not sure where the Bloodstone even came from, and why we had it and why it was used for this quest. Anyway, let's go find Alfie and the two. They have to stay somewhere, right? Ah, there they are. So they did go to the... That's so cool that they went to the local smith.
My champion, my healer and protector. How delightful it is to see you again.
How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing dandy. Thank you for asking. My wound is quite healed. A bit tender still, but coming along nicely. The powers that be have been going quite easy on me since we've been here. In fact, I'm expecting a promotion from Beast of Burden to House Guardian any day now. Better house, better food, and less cargo carrying shall soon be my lot.
Well, good for you, Alfie, good for you. Although I can't promise 100%, I guess, that protecting a house isn't also going to mean that you still have to carry stuff for them.
Our little adventure hasn't changed them all that much, I think. We're still kindly enough, without being truly affectionate to me, but I'm not one for cuddling anyway. They bicker too, just like they always used to, but with a playful glint in their eyes I never really saw before. And the strange noises they sometimes make in the night, they do happen rather more frequently. Perhaps they got a chill in the woods, poor souls.
No aim, don't flame. Hi, welcome. Alfie is best boy. Yeah, I really like him. He's pretty cool. I do hope they treat him well. I wonder, so for now I guess they're gonna stay here then? just wondering whether or not Nadia is okay with them just staying here. Because there aren't technically that many houses around where they would be able to stay. And Alfie, I guess, if he really wants to be their house protector, don't know if there is a house to protect here, but if they're staying here currently, then hopefully they'll be fine. Oh no, never mind. They just already took over the forge, I guess. Well, I mean, there's quite a bit of space here, right? Hi.
My. I see you appear and everything brightens. Such is the joy you have brought us. Please be ever welcome in our new establishment.
It's quite echoey here. Might want to, you know, turn that down a little bit. How is it so echoey? It's wood, not stone walls. How are you?
I'm swell and settled here in Silver Glen.
I can see that.
I have a roof over my head instead of menacing forest canopies looming above. I have a cozy bed to sleep in instead of moss and leaves to lie on. I have a husband to cuddle come the night instead of having to stand and watch for bloodthirsty beasts that hunt by the moon. As you can tell, dear friend, I am well indeed.
I suppose I truly didn't realize how difficult it must have been on the road for them. Well, I guess... So the actual map that I'm walking on is more an approximation of what the world is supposed to be, right? Obviously for quote-unquote normal people, it is probably quite difficult to actually travel between these places, so... Yeah, in game, they've definitely traveled quite a bit. I have actually not played the second one. I specifically waited to play it and played the first one first. I wanted to play them in order. Actually, at first... So, I guess back when they released, I did hear about them, right? Because they have been praised quite a bit. But I actually got made aware of Baldur's Gate 3 that the Larian Studios is currently working on, right? And then I sort of wanted to play both in, preparation for that. But they're just really, really great games. And then I decided to play the first one first. Oh yeah, I appreciate that. That's cool. Yeah, I'm quite looking forward to seeing what they might reference in the second one. I'm pretty sure that they are not necessarily super closely connected in that, I mean, you are also creating your own characters here and whatnot, so I don't think that it's carrying over that story like it does in, I don't know, The Witcher or something, but especially since I do think that a lot of people have only played the second one, which is completely fine, obviously, since they do seem to be a little bit standalone in that sense, but yeah, I do agree. This one certainly is a very, very good game. Actually, a lot better than I thought, because I was quite concerned that maybe having heard so many great things about the second one, maybe the first one still had a couple issues here and there. And it does, right? It has some little things here and there where I think they, could have designed them slightly differently, but overall it's an exceptional game. Oh, you did? Okay. Well, it's good to know that it does work both ways. That's pretty cool. I just wanted to... Well, first of all, I wanted to see whether or not there might be references in the second one that I will be actually able to appreciate because I played the first one first. But also, I didn't want to... Because I didn't really know that much about both Larian Studios and these games before I started playing them. Other than watching one or two of their live streams that they did for Baldur's Gate 3. So I just wanted to avoid a situation where I played the second one first and then went back to the first one and would have been sort of disappointed by all the stuff that maybe the second one does better than the first one. But seeing how well this game works and just how many cool things it has, I don't think... Like, now I see that I could have also very much played the second one first, probably. But since I had both of them, right, why not start with the first one? I did hear about a couple bugs being in this one. I had the odd one, or the odd thing happen here and there in my playthrough as well, even though I'm playing solo. But I think that for the most part, the solo experience seems to be pretty bug-free, especially when it comes to RPGs. I mean, comparing this to... Well, okay, fair enough. This has been out for a long time, right? But comparing it to the state that, let's say, Skyrim or The Witcher 3 were in when they released, this is, well, more or less bug-free, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, multiplayer might be a little bit of a different situation, but then again, I mean, you have frequent autosaves. You can, like, always just save yourself, and I guess in general, I'm not super concerned with bugs in RPGs like this. Like, sometimes, I guess, if they occur in, you know, pretty crucial story moments or really cool battles, and then they can be quite frustrating, but for the most part, most of the time, thankfully, you can work around them. Let's see what she says about her husband.
Oh, he's doing peachy, as am I. We do still feel great sadness for what happened to our friends in Hunter's Edge, but the selfish side that houses in every soul is mighty glad we made it out together. A new smithy, a new life. The gods are kind to us.
Yeah, and even more kind considering that there was an empty forge just waiting for you here, right? I guess in that regard, well, maybe I shouldn't say that. They're kind of lucky that Nadja's husband died, I suppose. Although he worked in the mines, right? Why did they even have a forge, now that I think about it? Strange. Anyways, in terms of Hunter's Edge, I don't think I've been to that place, right? It might just be... Well, either it's just a place that you're never able to visit, it's just something they talk about, or I might see what happened to it later on. I don't know. Okay, the character stats, that's certainly a weird thing. I wonder why that would happen. Because I think somebody else told me that sometimes some synchronization issues occur. I think somebody told me that they had stuff disappear from their inventory, right? Because they gave it to somebody else they were playing with online, and the game had sort of issues keeping everything synchronized sometimes. Although it also seemed to be a fairly rare bug. But yeah, that's certainly strange. Character stats. I guess it might also be, if you have like bonus stats and whatnot, right? Either from gear or from the from your decisions that you're making that also give you bonus stats. I guess those could also be could also have issues when the synchronization isn't happening properly. It's a bit unfortunate because I think it's really, really awesome that you can play this game co-op like that, right? Because it does, like, overall would be a pretty seamless, or it is, or seems to be a pretty seamless integration, that it's just the exact same game, but somebody else is controlling one of your characters. It's such a neat idea. And in general, something, when you really think about how many games exist that have a party like this, well, I guess most games...
You've been hammering away for hours.
In most games, your party members are specific characters and NPCs, right? With their own personalities, so somebody taking over for them wouldn't really work. But still, I mean, imagine how awesome, I don't know, Persona, Dragon Age, whatever, would be if if another person could just come in, create their own character and whatnot. Well, it would be more difficult with Persona because of all the story alongside it, but It's just so neat that this game has that. And it's unfortunate then that it is a little bit bug-riddled, but...
You've been hammering away for hours.
Mara, my sweet, I do wish you'd stop interrupting me.
Oh yeah, that's... I can see that issue, definitely.
Are you hungry, Alfie?
Well, something like... Especially with carrying weight or something, right? That is always a problem in games when suddenly you just can't carry something that previously you could.
Welcome, your night ship. Oh, be welcome indeed. As you can see, we have set up shop here in Silverglen. And as a matter of course, you'll get my wares at prices that no one else has a right to claim from me.
Well, that's good to know. I hope you actually sell interesting stuff. How are you, though?
I've a song in my heart and a spring in my step, my liege. I've had orcs on my tail and bandits to boot, and yet I live. How can I be anything but happy?
What's so interesting to me here is that they're now living side by side with Nadia, who lost her husband and is still looking to make the Immaculates pay for it. Because I was wondering previously, before I escorted them to town, whether or not they might be able to help me with what's going on here. I wonder if that's going to be a thing, if we can somehow make them help us. Either find out some, maybe make them help Nadia or something? Well, we'll see. How's the smithy?
Oh, the smithy's doing grandly, your night ship. Thanks to your valiant rescue of Alfie, I haven't had to abandon my most valuable gear. Which means my products are up to the high standards you may expect from Bjorn Stoutborn. For such is my name, and such is my reputation.
Good to hear. What about your wife?
She's alive and kicking, my liege, just like she always was. Oh, certainly she can be a handful, but I wouldn't really have it any other way. We survived thanks to you, and each hour we are together I count as a blessing.
They really found each other, didn't they? All right, let's see what you got. As I was expecting, not much. He has a bunch of... How do you have 12,000 gold? I feel like for that kind of money, they could have just gotten, you know, a bunch of bodyguards to actually get them here. But then again, maybe gold doesn't even... Is somewhat strange. Do I want to buy anything? 0.9 movement. That might be helpful. He's a scam artist, yeah. That's a lot of money. I wonder why he has so much. I guess that means I can come to him if I ever want to sell a bunch of stuff. Do I want to get this? Wait, let me double check. Might be good for her. Air resistance, yeah. Because I don't really need the air resistance, right? And 0.9 movement is a lot.
Please, Mara, must you bother me at every...
And it would actually give me the ability to potentially put this ring on somebody else. Although, well, do certainly want to keep the perception on her. Perception, fire resistance, water resistance, Lawmaster. I mean, she already has more than enough movement, intelligence, and these have intelligence on them.
So good of you to drop by.
I'm still gonna buy it.
As always, be welcome.
Yeah, give me that. Well, I mean, the other stuff... Well, this says Firefly on it. Interesting. +2 initiative. This might not be too bad. Yeah, it's the first two. I met Well, there's the mage, I think, in the library, right? That you can also get. And then... I think I met somebody else that I could have also taken. But I stuck with these two because I thought they kind of... Because I have my two mains are mages, right? So Medora was pretty good for being sort of more of a tanky build. And Bedotta I just kept around because honestly, I liked what you could do with the bow. I mean, having all those different arrows with their respective effects and whatnot just seemed very, very beneficial to have. It's essentially like having a third mage with all the elemental stuff that you could do, right? Oh, which ones? Well, maybe don't answer that if there are characters that I have met, but I mean, I can see there being a ton of possibilities, especially with how you can also equip your own characters. I have a bunch of really, really cool options here. Okay. Give me 1 second, though.
That doesn't look like your best work there, dear. You're tired, aren't you? I told you you'd be.
Please, Mara. Must you bother me at every turn?
Are you hungry, Alfie? Oh, I hope you are, because you're getting a whole cow just for you.
Okay, sorry about that. I had to talk to someone real quick. Right, I did buy the ring. So let's look at that. This one has 0.4, and well, I don't really care about the air resistance. So let's get the movement on her. That should be pretty good. Let's see, character. Movement 3.09. Yeah, that's really, really good.
Remember to take a break now and again, Bjorn. You know what
I don't even necessarily need that much, but it will give me the opportunity to, if I find better gear that has minus movement on it, I can just equip it without fear of losing out on too much movement, I think. Yeah. I mean, she still has the battering ram ability, which is kind of insane in terms of how quickly it gets you around the battlefield, but I mean, it has a cooldown, obviously, so... I wonder if these two are mentioning them in any sort of way? Can you please stop walking? I want to talk to you, thank you. Not...
Hello again, or do a salutoin, as we say in our homeland.
Okay.
Do a salutoin, Hunter. What can I do for you? I will do my best to give answer, Source Hunter.
So these are all the questions that I already asked. I guess they just have neighbors now. Okay. Well, that's fair. I wonder how they're doing the whole sleeping arrangement in here, but... Ah, well. Let's maybe not think about that too in depth. Alright, let's see. Well... thing that I'm just thinking about is I actually wanted to stop at lunch, but now I think I'm going to take an early lunch break and then keep streaming for a little bit afterwards. Might be a longer break, unfortunately, but yeah. Because stopping now is a bit too early, or earlier than I planned. I'm gonna take a little bit of a lunch break here, and when I come back, go for another like 90 minutes or something. Because I do want to finally get to the mines, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Taking a quick or not so quick lunch break, depending, and when I'll be back, I will hopefully take a look at the mines. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I think I will. I'll be back in, I don't know, 20 minutes or something. All right. Oh, sorry, that took a little bit longer than I wanted to. Yeah, originally I intended to just play a little bit longer and eat lunch afterwards, but in this particular case, you know, sometimes real life gets in the way a little bit, and this did work out a little bit better for me in this particular case. But anyways, let's get back into the game and see what we can do. Hey, food is important. Yes, it is, very much so. It's sometimes a little bit difficult to plan around, though. Because I also don't want to spend, you know, my entire time planning out what I eat every time and how long it might take and whatever. That can get way too complicated for something that should be fairly simple. But yeah, anyways, let's see if we can deal with this mine somehow. So, if this pathway up here truly leads to these high plains, or whatever they're called, I think going this way might be the better idea. I do hope, though, that the other troll is as nice as the one over here. Because, I mean, they all do seem to be a fairly nice bunch. I don't really want to be forced to kill the troll. What was that screen shaking about? Did something explode somewhere? That was strange. Spuddy is still here though, right? Yeah. Fumble is still here. This is where I fought the goblins. The thing is that the other troll over here, I think, had somebody else around. Yeah, he has those. They all have names. Let's just hope that he is friendly.
Troll toll. Pay the toll, human, or I'll squeeze you like a funny yellow fruit.
What do you mean by funny yellow fruit? Grumble. I like how that they have matching names. What is your name?
And when I roar, the birds take flight. The airs head for the horizon. The goblins pray to their totems, and the earth itself thinks it's about to quake. So be forthcoming, human, or my roar will shatter your eardrums, and you will meet your death in crushing silence.
Sounds quite a bit more intimidating than the other troll, but also not as friendly. Hopefully he'll not actually insist on the troll toll. So the goblins... I guess the goblins destroyed all the bridges here? Which makes me quite curious why they would destroy the bridges to the high plains. Because originally I thought that they were leading over to the mines, but they're not leading to the mines, they're leading over the mines. I mean, maybe they just wanted to take away the opportunity to potentially attack them from the bridges or something. Oh yeah, I agree. There are so many cute little details everywhere. Earlier I came across the eyeballs that you find, right? And the description of them says something along the lines of, well, the eye looks dead, or maybe it's just pretty depressed or something. There is a bunch of really, really cool stuff in here. You clearly sort of see the love that the developers put into the game in every corner of it, which is pretty cool to see. It's something that a company like Bethesda, for example, seems to have lost over the years, right? I mean, well, it is somewhat of a subjective thing to a degree, but I did feel like these sort of more, these little details here and there that don't really add to anything, but just exist because they, you know, might make you smile for a second, or they're just some sort of cool little detail that just exists because, you know, it's interesting or whatever. I feel like as the years progressed, you know, that has become less and less in sort of bigger RPGs. I mean, I guess The Witcher had a little bit of that here and there, but even there, it always feels like if they do stuff that is supposed to be a cool detail, I don't know, there's always something else to it, right? I mean, it might still be a cool detail, but sometimes it just feels like it's there specifically to be found and to be looked at, and whereas these are sort of, oh yeah, sure, the names match and they're sort of a funny play on each other, yet if you don't notice, or there is a chance that you might just not notice, right? It's not really played up in any sort of way, it just is there for you to find. Anyway, do you realize the bridge behind you is broken?
Broken? What rot? The bridge is perfectly fine. Sturdy as if it was built yesterday.
I think I disagree there. I mean, you can show us how you can walk across the perfectly fine bridge, and then I'll pay the toll.
Oh, but you're trying to be clever, aren't you? You want me to turn so you can run without paying. Your tricks won't work, human. Pay, or I'll grind you like pepper.
Hammer. God, I love their pronunciation. Can't even do it like that. Why must we pay that in the first place?
We troll, us toll, because our king commands it. All hail the king!
Ooh, am I mostly into RPG games? That's actually a tough question. Kind of? I mean, I like to play a lot of RPGs. But I guess in all sort of facets. I mean, I did play, for example, Destiny, although I haven't played that for a very long time. I play a bunch of Final Fantasy XIV, which, you know, a lot of people would argue is also more RPG than MMO. Yeah. Honestly, it's actually been a while since I have played anything else, but, well, arguably the FromSoft games are way more action game than RPG. I mean, they have very, very light RPG elements, but I do like them as well. It's a troll and it's a bridge. It's kind of, yeah. I mean, I guess it's a bridge. Oh, we can ask him about the Troll King, though.
You are unworthy to hear of the king. You must pay to walk his lands, but you must not make him the topic of idle conversation.
Okay. Or I'll make mincemeat out of you and feed a hungry village. Let's see. Surely an august troll such as yourself doesn't mind talking about his esteemed monarch. I think you would take any chance you can get to teach the uneducated about your great and mighty king. I think I like the last one the most. Also, my charm isn't that great. I don't want to intimidate him. Let's go with the third one. Let's see what he says. Oh god. He has the same reasoning as I do. Well, off to a good start. I guess he really isn't the best at rock, paper, scissors, huh? Oh boy. Maybe? Looking good. Come on, pick paper one more time. There we go. It's such a funny way to solve things, right? When I first saw it, I don't know what I was thinking, honestly. It's in theory, it's you know, it might just be a random chance, but it again it's another one of the, or another example of just quite a charming thing, right? Other games just put you have a 70% chance to reason with him or something, and you just click on it and it rolls in the background and that's it, right? Making it like this is pretty funny, honestly. Even more so considering that you probably get the same thing in co-op, right? When you actually argue with your own friend about what you're supposed to be doing in any given situation, that's probably a lot of fun too.
Fine, I shall tell ya. Our king lives in a great cave here in the woods.
I've heard.
By the canyon that leads to the mine. But a mere wanderer won't find him so easily.
Really? I was under the impression that the miners in the village actually had some sort of contract with the king. Wouldn't they have had to directly talk to him? Or maybe he just sent envoys of trolls?
The cave is here, yeah. But its true nature lies in the realm of fairy. Enter if you must, but only stone will greet you. Magic is needed to see the king, and I have no head for magic.
Interesting. I almost thought that Heiberheim would be all we see of the fairy realm. I mean, maybe the king's cave is just a small thing, or maybe we actually do go to all the other realms as well. That would be pretty crazy, to be honest, though. Oh yeah, you do have the same on multiplayer. That's a lot of fun. I mean, it's cool either way, right? Because I feel like other games would have opted to maybe have that in multiplayer, but then in single player it would just sort of solve and resolve itself. But it's there either way, and that's pretty awesome.
Ask one of the other trolls. Ask Archibald. He's the one with brains, that one. He knows that 3 and 5 make... What 3 and 5 make? Yeah, ask him.
So you're telling me you don't even know what 3 plus 5 is, yet you're here to collect tolls? How does that work exactly? How would he be able to count 1,000 gold if we gave him that? We could just give him, I don't know, 50 and tell him it's 1,000. Well, I mean, maybe he has some notion of how much it would need to be, or how heavy it would be. Let's discuss that toll. Could I just walk away from him now? Probably not, right? I wonder where that Archibald guy is, though.
1,000 gold coins buys you passage. Refuse, and I'll pound you so deep into the ground, the moles will take you for one of their own.
Yeah, you see though, I don't actually want to cross your bridge. Well, fuck. Now I guess I don't want to pay 1,000 gold. Problem is, I don't know whether or not fighting him would maybe get us onto the Trolls King's bad side, and I don't know if I might need that relationship to be not bad at any given point. He really doesn't leave me with many options here, does he? I don't want to pay, though. I mean, the bridge behind you is broken.
I think not, troll. Let's see what kind of stuff you're made of.
Avoid a fight we can't win? Yeah, that's the thing, though, right? I'm pretty confident that I can win. Yeah, I won't pay.
Let's teach this here troll there's no money to be had from us.
Those who refuse are my favourites. Time to wrench the life from your weak little frame.
Alright, let's see what you're made of. I did actually up the angry troll. We met an aggressive troll named Grumble who wanted us to pay a toll to cross a broken bridge. We stood up to him and got into a fight. Maybe he'll yield at some point, but be kind of bad for his friends here because they're even uniquely named. Poor little piggies. Okay, they're fairly susceptible to fire. Ooh, he has fairly high resistances. Wouldn't have thought that he would be weak to crushing, though. And I can electrocute him. I could also poison him. Might not be the worst idea. I mean, I'm going first anyways, except for Medora, so... let's see. This is 5 AP, I could cast... That won't hit all three of them. Let's oil him up a little bit. And then also poison him. And then I'll throw a fireball and explode the poison and the oil. Oh wait, did he resist that? Oh, what the hell is the camera doing? Wait, did I not see? Oh, whoopsie. How did I look at the screen and not see the 100% poison resistance? Oh well, it happens. Let's try to slow him down then, or is he also complete? Wait. Earth. He's resistant to Earth. Let's do that then. I mean, the oil will still help a bunch. Oh, I'm slapped. She's out of range. Let's see, can I somehow only spend one action point? I guess I'm doing this. Is that enough? Yes. Certainly did less than I thought. Okay then. Guess we'll try fire. I'm standing slightly lower than they are. That's a bit annoying. Guess we'll do that. At least that means that they'll have to run around in order to get to us. So we'll hopefully spend a bunch of action points. Didn't hit the last one, and it doesn't look like he actually got burned. Oh well. Somehow expected him to do a little bit more than that. It's really not the best position that I'm in here, huh? I mean, making her go around... She can't throw this very far. No. I guess let's just encourage everybody first. It's always a good option for the start. And... Well, as long as everything's burning... There isn't that much point to just... I could try poisoning the little guys. I don't... That's all too far away. Let's just, I guess, move up slightly. Oh, she can now walk quite far. Which is good. And just conserve the rest of the action points. Okay, so they rage. They also burn quite well. Is he snorting at me? What is he shooting? Okay. Well, at least now I can hit them more easily. I mean, I could summon something in. Could also burn them again. Yeah, sure. And then... Could either strengthen Berdotta or... I could summon in my undead warrior. Might be able to tank a little bit for me, although Medora is also quite close. Might want to strengthen her. In case the troll tries to attack me. Let's summon in the skeleton. Always good to have another target there for them to hit. Alright, let's see. First off the ricochet. And then... Well, honestly, I could just try to defeat the first of them. So many options. Yeah, let's just go with a normal attack on the first guy here. Should be enough. Ah, almost.
Death is its own deliverance!
Never mind. That was the fire. Perfect. He was susceptible to air spells, right? So I guess I could just go with one of these. Blinded status might not be the worst. And he is still fortified. And now he's blinded. Might be worth it to hasten some of my... shit, I can't. I'm missing one action point to summon in the fire elemental. I was gonna say I might be able to summon somebody in as well, but they both take 7 action points to do that. I mean, usually I would go for hastening Berdotta because she can do so much with her arrows. But they're not taking that much piercing damage. I'm just gonna hasten myself, to be honest. Question mark. No, he actually did turn around. Huh, got you there, buddy. It's unfortunate that he has 100% resistance to poison, though. Considering all the fire, the fact that my skeleton is immune to poison as well. Could have just thrown that in there, but... Can I somehow go past him? This technically should not burn me, right? This might, though. Ah, whatever. Oh, shit. Now I'm considered being flanked down. I mean, they're knocked down. Let's do this. Yeah. Let's also go into the defensive stance. I mean, she still has a bunch of HP, but she is burning as well. One action. I always hate that the skeleton is always missing one action point. Well, they both burned up. Poor little piggies. It's the same with the spider, though. You're always missing one action point. You always have 3 action points over at the end of their turns. Any way for me to unburn Medora? Well, I guess I could just fortify her as well, if I can reach her, that is. Not really worth blessing her. Am I able to do something to the troll? I could heal myself. I don't even know what he's capable of doing, though, right? The problem is now that he's blinded, he is conserving action points, right? So as soon as he can do stuff again, he might be able to dish out quite a bit of damage. Well, I could also just shoot like a shocking arrow at him or something. Considering that Medora is up there, let's just put a bunch of stuff on her, though. Wait, did he have... Yeah, he also has 100% earth resistance, so I can't even attack him with a normal attack. Is this doing anything for me? Not really, unless I want to charm him, which doesn't really... I mean, there aren't any other enemies around anymore, so... Then again, I mean... Better than doing nothing, I guess. And then... That's a static cloud, though. That's always really annoying if I want Medora to also hit him. Because then she has to deal with that. Could lower his armor, though. Yeah, sure, let's do that. Why am I so far away? Now my precision stance is on... I don't want to turn that off. But I guess, let's see, this would be for... I could take one normal shot, turn off the stance, go closer, and then do the silver arrow. It's a little bit backwards. Could try to knock him down. Is that a willpower saving throw? No, that would be bodybuilding, right? poison him. And my freaking stance. Let's just do a normal attack. I mean, especially with the Fortify, he is quite tanky. Which I guess you would expect from a troll. Okay, Nick really wouldn't be of much help here, but... do I want to summon in the other elemental, or do I want to... just stun him? Missing one action point to do this and summon in somebody. I don't really want to jump over either, though. Let's just do a normal attack and do a summon as well. I mean, in theory, the normal attacks also have a chance to stun. But... funnily enough, if he'll try to engage with the fire elemental, he has to walk through the fire now. Which might also help quite a bit. Okay, what do I do with you? Is that in the fire? Might be slightly. Yeah, why not? I mean, he would be, he only stays around for like 3 or 4 turns anyways, so... no bleeding either. He still doesn't know what to do. Well... does this hit the swordsman? I don't think it does. Oh yeah, she's still burning as well. Ah, her HP are fine though. Poor troll. He's blinded, burning, getting crippled. Ah, well, he didn't, but... no knocking him down though. Okay, yeah, he made a pretty poor decision in insisting on his troll toll for a broken bridge. I mean, I would have liked to have another option, but I didn't really want to pay 1,000 gold either. And also, I just wanted to know whether or not this was the outcome. I suspected as much, but... oh well. That would hit the other two. I need more ranged options. Although then again, for some reason, I feel like I'm encountering a lot of enemies that are resistant specifically to her attacks, or her combination of things that she has, like earth and water/ice. I really don't have much that I could do otherwise, though. That's a bit annoying. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how they even... I don't think any of these trolls really would be able to count to 1,000, right? I mean, I do suspect that he would notice if you gave him only like 50 or even 100 instead of 1,000. He would still probably know at least like roughly how much 1,000 would be. I guess he wouldn't really be able to see whether or not you give him like, I don't know, 600 instead of 1,000, but... Would have been funny if you could convince him in any sort of other way. I mean, maybe if you said, I guess it's always the thing that you never know, right? If I had said, all right, I'm going to pay, maybe afterwards there would have been an option for me to just deceive him with the amount. Probably would have also been quite funny to see. Well, what do I do now, though? I don't just want to waste her turn. I don't need to increase anybody's hit chance either. Cursed and weakened. I guess I can do that. That's almost mean, though. Ah, well. He brought it on himself. Does he even still get a turn? I don't think so.
Eternal silence awaits you.
Bye-bye. Grumble turned into Pincushion. Yeah, seems like he did. Where are you? There you are. Anybody else that needs some healing? She does. I just hope that this didn't in any way negatively impact my relationship to that Troll King. Though then again, I don't know how willing a Troll King would have been to listen to us anyways. Plague Grenade. Well, why didn't you throw that at me? Potentially would have made things more interesting. That's a bunch of blood, though. I also still wonder... Wait, where did I fight those... Yeah, I fought the goblins over there. That's really not that far away. I wonder if I had... just somehow lured them over? If Grumble would have just helped me take them down. Or if they just both would have fought me at the same time, without fighting each other. Maybe he wouldn't have cared at all. Oh, hello. Wait, there are orcs here as well? What is going on? How many different races and whatnot are here? Troll cave entrance. Oh. Wait, that's over here then. Was I wrong in my assumption that the mines are accessible from this? Well, I guess maybe we're supposed to potentially talk to the Troll King first? I don't know. Was it some... I think... Might have been Lawrence. Who he talked to about the Troll King and everything. He made it sound as if the Troll King was somewhere deep within the mines, not necessarily in an entirely different cave. But I guess the assumption here would be that all of this is the mines, right? And they just have different... I mean, that's usually how mines work. They don't just have one entrance. But, Well, I guess I just want to keep going this... Now I'm doubting myself if I want to continue this way. But this doesn't look like I would be able to get down to the mines if I would go over here. Because these are just the broken bridges. I don't think there is a way to get down here. And there certainly is from this direction, so I think you're meant to go this way first. I should be fine. I just didn't expect orcs here. I mean, the trolls are strong, but it's interesting to me that they seem to... Well, I guess maybe both goblins and orcs don't really engage with them? Would the trolls make them pay 1,000 gold as well to cross the non-existent bridges, though? I mean, the goblins were the ones that destroyed them in the first place, right? I don't think this guy will talk. He's probably just going to attack me, huh? Or maybe not? Yeah. Kind of expected as much. Wait, is it only you? Are you really on your own, buddy? That almost seems unfair. What is a lonely orc doing here? Well, not my problem. Oh, wait, let's double check though. Okay, he has 20% poison resistance, but not all the way, thankfully.
May your blood run black with corruption.
Just throw the boulder. Do I actually want to go with the fireball? I could just light him on fire, right? I wouldn't... Because then I could also stun him. And... Wait, this is 5. And this is also 5. Yeah, I can do both. Poor guy. Poisoned, burning. And blinded.
Death is its own deliverance.
This feels strange. Am I being lured into some sort of trap? I don't think I've ever seen an enemy just on their own. Except for like big bosses maybe, but even they usually summon in something else or have other things around them that you can hit. I think this truly was the only encounter where I just fought like one dude. Decaying mound. What's that supposed to be? Is that like a grave that has been opened up, or is it just some animal's hideout that was destroyed or something?
I can only hope this might be a magpie's nest.
Well, now I'm wondering if I'm going to meet more orcs. He really just was out here completely on his own. Seemingly.
What have you got stashed in here, Mrs. Cottontail?
Poor rabbit. He's gonna look for his carrot. Ah. One of those weird snake statues? I wonder what these are doing in the forest. It's a fairly open area. Does this even lead down there? This almost looks like it just ends here. This might be some sort of cave entrance though. Well, guess we'll see. Let's go right first. This'll feel like such a weird setup for potentially walking right into some sort of very murderous trap. Oh, I heard something. Ah, more orcs.
What I mean is maybe you wouldn't have thrashed him at all. It's a goblin. What do you expect me to do? Was? Huh? He was a goblin. You bashed him to death. And what's wrong with that exactly?
Yeah.
Maybe he wanted to talk. Maybe he was having a bad day. Maybe he wants to tell a secret. Well, how was I supposed? How was you supposed supposed to know not to bash everything with a pole. Well, yeah. Well, I'll tell you now, little friend. You ain't got to bash everything you meet. Only some.
Well, how's he gonna decide on that, though?
Are you really sure about all this?
Yeah.
Sure as I am that Matilda will crack your skull if you look at her wrong. Well, that's awfully sure. That's what I'm telling you.
A light orc trooper. What are these guys doing here? Also, they're level 12. They're actually quite a bit higher than the other ones. There might be... Yeah, this looks like there's some sort of entrance back there. Well, the goblins are killed by everybody here, it seems, right?
What were you thinking? He was a nice one, he was. You mean, maybe I shouldn't have bashed his skull so hard?
I'm not too sure about fighting them. I mean, what else am I supposed to do? But I am wondering what they're doing here. Because, I mean, never mind. That was... I guess they saw me right away. Well, that solves that. Oh, I guess they need to be fairly close to the wall to actually get the earth resistance. Yeah, looks like it. Oh! What's this mirror doing back here? What are these guys doing? Because, I mean, the goblins... At least we know that for some reason they've taken over the mine. And the trolls, it seems, have always been here. What do the orcs want, though? I mean, might have said Leandra sent them as well, but why would she need to send in two parties that potentially even fight against each other in case of orcs and goblins? Ah, well. Sadly, we won't be able to ask these guys, I guess. Because they just immediately want to fight. Okay. Well, I mean, they're not that weak to fire, but... having some fire in between us... might help in terms of crowd control. Do I want to go with my usual fire stuff? I have this now. He's a bit too far away. Yeah, sure. Let them fight amongst themselves a little bit. And then... let's strengthen her.
God, forgive this transgression!
Okay. Are they close enough for a fireball? Ah, well, almost. Let's just summon in this guy. And then he can take care of setting everything on fire. Wait, did I guess I was still damaged from the previous battle, maybe? For a second there, it looked like I took some damage from somewhere. Okay, so she's strengthened. I could maybe just try to take this thing out. Probably wouldn't be too difficult. Question being, do I even have to? Because it's so far away from me. Don't know how much of a problem it would be in the first place. Well, first of all, I think let's move up a bit. Otherwise, this is going to be really annoying to try and hit them, and then... let's start with the usual, shall we? Is that hitting the orc? Why does it look so weird? Oh, he's still slightly too far, really. That's quite unfortunate, isn't it? Might hit the ward as well. Let's do this. Nice. Oh no! He petrified the one that I charmed. Well, that's unfortunate. Sometimes I feel really bad for them, right? Think about that. You get petrified by your own guy, and then, like, your elite trooper, whatnot, whatever, just comes up and hits you in the back. Ooh, hello. That's a lot of... One more damage than I thought they would deal to that guy. Well, that's quite unfortunate. They're all really close together, which is good. I'd kind of like to rush over to him. Let's see. This enough? Ah, well, that works too. Now you go over here and then just set everything on fire. I might as well attack this guy directly, huh? But do I want to get rid of the ward? Isn't the ward also... I guess in this case it isn't. Sometimes it's blessing them or even hastening them. Does this hit both of them? It does. Okay. Well, I'm always really, really tempted to just throw oil on them. But the problem is, well, it creates a lot of smoke, which can be a good thing, because that means that they'll have to run either through or around the smoke, which usually means that they burn themselves by also running through fire. But the problem is then I wouldn't be able to see them anymore. Which I probably wouldn't like that much. Could fortify Medora if she's planning on running up there, or... I mean, can I hit one of them with that? Oh, right. This guy came up... I completely forgot about you. I guess I'm gonna take care of you first, then. I mean, we're probably gonna get rid of a fire elemental fairly quickly. I could summon in something or somebody else. Yeah, sure. Let's summon in the spider, just so that they have something else to hit. And this guy still counts as being charmed, so they might try to hit him as well. And then while they're occupied over there, okay, he has a 20% resistance to earth. So I think I'm just gonna try to freeze him. Okay. Well, that worked. Wait, what's wrong with you? Oh. Wait, I got crippled? Is that crippled? Yeah. I did not realize. So many options again. I mean, I can't throw a fireball on him. Question is, do I have to? Could also try Shocking Touch. I could teleport him away, honestly, and just teleport him into the fire. That would unfreeze him, though. I mean, in theory, he isn't really able to do anything currently. I can't attack him normally, though, because that would also unfreeze him, because that's a fire wand. Could do the thunder jump over to the other orc, maybe, although he's pretty far away. Just feels kind of bad if he's already frozen to then kind of waste stunning on him. Wonder if I could make the spider. I don't think I've ever tried making the spider immune to burning. Or I could just hasten somebody else. Let's just do this. Still a little bit of damage. Might help. Alright, well, he's knocked down. He would take extra damage because he's knocked down, right? Well, the thing is, she still has Ricochet, so... let's just do that, because that hits every one of them. Let's just hit the Earth Ward. Usually it's not even worth getting rid of them, because they very rarely, unless you need to hit them with a specific element they're protecting against, which sometimes, you know, the way they're set up makes it so that you kind of need to hit the ward first, especially earlier on when you don't have that many options. But now they very rarely present a problem for me because I can just use something else. Oh, he's almost dead already. He's burning. He's being flanked, or counts as being flanked. Not that much damage. Where the hell are you going? Oh, he's just healing himself up. Oh, well. Means he's not hitting me. Okay, and I think the spider's gonna walk over to this little guy. Yeah, sure. Knocked down and weakened. Sadly not poisoned, though. And you... how long are you still charmed? His turn is coming up, right? He's just standing back there, praying that he can heal himself up before he burns to death. Yeah, let's just hit him a bunch of times, I guess. Shouldn't be too difficult to take him out until he unfreezes. Oh. What the hell was that? Let's do a quick save. What the hell happened? What was the game trying to do there, that it froze for so long? I've never had that happen before. That's concerning. Well, it never crashed on me so far, so... I hope it stays that way. How are you unfrozen already? Okay, well, he's still petrified but not charmed anymore. I mean, overall... I would like to shoot a poison dart over there, but I also don't really want to bother moving. Is there a way to take you out fairly quickly? I mean, I could throw this over here and... he is burning. Oh, they're both burning. I didn't realize. Well, then that would be a little bit overkill. I still have the spider summoned in, so I can't even really... That's unfortunate. Earth Wand. I mean, I can honestly just hit him with my normal attack at this point. Yeah, sure, let's do that. Lillian's not the strongest with her base attack, so it almost always kind of seems wasted. What is going on there? Why does the game suddenly have problems? I feel like maybe the AI, some AI seems to... I mean, why would the game freeze otherwise? He's still in the way. Well... Oh yeah, there's definitely something very wrong. For some reason. It's always between turns for some reason. As if the game has trouble calculating some status effect or something. Very strange. Oh no, never mind. Now it's also doing that same thing. Anyways, let's just try to get through this without a crash, and hopefully then... I mean, I could just restart or something if I saved right. They do need to think about their moves. Well, the thing is, sometimes the AI does not know what to do. I've had that happen a number of times, actually, where they just stood there, right? And it was clear that the game didn't really know how to move them. But usually it just ends up, like there is, I think, like a hidden timer, right? Where the game says, okay, if the AI hasn't done anything in like 15 or 20 seconds or something like that, it automatically just starts the next turn, which I do appreciate that that is in the game, that it can't be soft-locked by the AI not knowing what to do. But I've never had this happen, where it drops performance, right? Or drops frames because of whatever it's trying to do in the background. I don't know. Which is also strange, considering that... Would the game even calculate any AI move while it's still my turn? Might just be some weird damage calculation? I don't know. Knockdown, petrified. What do I do, though? Abilities are still on cooldown. So either I'll just shoot him normally, I could... Well, they're all still burning, and there's a lot of fire, so... Poison might not be the worst idea. That guy ran really far away. I guess if I hit him, the spider might be able to kill him. Yeah, easily. Didn't drop that many frames there. Well, it doesn't have AP anymore anyways. What is happening? Oh wait, did he just use a healing potion by himself? That was quite a bit more healing than I expected, though. Probably should have made her immune to burning. Oh well. Oh, that's just one. It looked like a hatch from further away, but it's just one of these weird nests or whatever. Decay Mount. Why is it happening in my own turn, though? And I mean, there aren't even that many effects or anything that would... Maybe it's a specific area or something? That is so weird. Ah, well. As long as it's not crashing. Okay, the spider's still there. I mean, now I could... a bit too afraid that might hit my own... Ah, well, that could work. He is still burning, though, right? Might get rid of that. Ah, let's do that. Should be quite effective, yeah. I don't even need to heal. Let's... Wait, no, she doesn't have the... Never mind, she doesn't have the Fortify Against Fire thing. So let's just do the normal Fortify then. That's more than enough. I'm still crippled. But I could take him out. I guess I will do that. Sure. But the strange part is I can also move my camera around normally, and that doesn't cause any frame drops. So don't think it's related to that. Oh well. Okay, spider over there. The healing's still on him. He is already poisoned. He's still burning. Could try to knock him down, but I actually want him to come closer, because otherwise I have to move up. Yeah, sure. That's off. I always forget that my normal attack range is higher than... still works out. My normal attack range is higher than when I use the special arrows. By like 2 meters or something. Alright. Mr. Spidey. If I walk this way, I'm gonna burn myself, though. It's not that great. Let's just move up slightly. And wait for him to do something. Might be whatever this guy's up to that's causing the frame drops. I could strengthen the spider as well. Because I won't be able to walk over. Yeah, sure. Problem is the battering ram is still on cooldown for a long time. Otherwise I would have walked up slightly and then battering ram over to him. But that's not gonna work. Let's just stay here for now. No reason to do anything. And then... I would like to teleport him back to me, honestly. Couldn't move my main character up. Can I hit him with oil or anything? No. The oil might prompt him to move back to me, though. If I can create a smoke cloud in front of him. Malediction. Yeah, this is all a little bit almost too much. Let's see. I think just moving up slightly and hitting them normally makes more sense now. mean, the shaman guy in the back needs to move up sooner or later. Now he's even petrified. How far would I have to move? The problem is teleportation takes 7 AP. Yeah, and I only have... So I could only move 2. I don't think I can get close enough. Yeah, that's not gonna work, is it? Pretty sure that it's... Yeah. Nope. I would need 1 more action point for that. Could do it next turn, though. That being said, my fire elemental is gone. I could summon in Nick. Take care of the shaman that way. The fireball isn't really gonna hit him either, is it? Maybe? Yeah, sure.
There's no evading my blazing fury.
Boom. Well, it's almost a waste hitting him, because he's petrified and the spider can kill him, I'm pretty sure. How's that guy out of sight? I'd have to turn off my stance again. Or I keep it on and just hit him once. Could also work. Yeah, sure. Nice. Bye-bye. Well, now it doesn't have the performance issues. I'm really curious what that was. I think it was something that this guy did. Or didn't do. Or thought about. I don't know. Huh. But I feel like the moves that he did I've already seen in the past. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure, though. Okay. How do I kill him, though? Well, she can't really do much. Unless I want her to run all the way through the fire. I don't think... Yeah, that's a very short range. I could taunt him. Ah, well, whatever. Let's not overcomplicate things and just try to kill him like this. Alright. I'm gonna just summon in rain so that I don't have to deal with the fire on the ground.
I've just had a long bath in a cold lake.
Maybe if I remember, I will actually Google that, if there are any known performance drops on PlayStation and what causes them. I'm always really interested in that. Because usually it has something to do with some sort of weird AI programming issue. I mean, it was quite reminiscent to something that sometimes happened in... Was it Dark Souls? There are certain instances where if enemies also don't know how to get to you in not only Dark Souls, I think it's FromSoft games in general, they have really, really weird paths that the AI tends to use in those games, or rather, not necessarily weird, but they're very strict, I think, in terms of what they're allowed to do or not allowed to do. And so if they also don't know where to go, the game just freaks out completely. Which is also because the, what I think the physics engine is probably somehow involved with all of that, because it's calculating certain frames and whatnot, right? That enemy attacks and movements and so on and so forth are allowed to do. And it's also dependent on frame rate. So the frame rate drops, or rather, you know, it needs to in order to calculate the next frame in FromSoft games, it also needs to calculate the correct animations and whatnot. It's not like those two aren't independent of each other, which I think was also because the first, or was also why the first Dark Souls had so many performance problems on PC, because they didn't really account for the fact that the game needed to run in 60 FPS at all, and just made everything 30 FPS, which incidentally is also funny, or has been a funny problem in the past with emulators, I think, when they were trying to emulate Ocarina of Time and whatnot, because those are also, they have a bunch of stuff that is, you know, hard-coded into the game as being dependent on actual frames, which is why back on the N64, the game even slowed down in certain scenarios, right? Because it took longer to calculate certain animation frames and whatnot. But yeah, in Dark Souls, the game can just completely freak out if you somehow bug an enemy into a corner where they don't know how to get out of, because it's, I guess, trying to calculate a path that doesn't exist, and then it just drops the frames because it's busy calculating the pathways and whatever. Oh yeah, I really wonder if that's what happened here. Another one of those curious parchments. Okay, there is a bridge back there though, so it's not completely, it's not an endpoint here. This does seem to be the correct way, which I originally assumed to be the case. Okay. Anything in here? Poison arrow. I already have like 30 of them, but whatever. Okay. This looks strange. Almost looks like there was a bridge here at some point in the past as well, but it doesn't really have any sort of equivalent on the other side. Oh, this is cracked. Didn't even see that previously. And the moonstone's just behind it? I don't think this is the first moonstone that I got. Wait, did it actually stack with the other one, or... Well, let's just sort this real quick. Just to be sure. Wait a second, where would it be? Moonstone, moonstone, moonstone. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it is just the other. Experts claim the stone can be found in many Rivellonian quarries, but folk rumors insist it falls from the moon itself during every third equinox. I feel like there's more to this than I know currently. It might just be a crafting item. The reason why I kept this around in the first place when I found the first one was that I assumed that it had something to do with the star stones. I don't think it does though. It might just straight up be a crafting ingredient. Quite curious though that it would just lie behind this mirror. This looks exactly like the mirror. Actually has pretty cool ornaments on it. Looks pretty much exactly like the mirror that we found in Ikara's hut that transported us to the secret cave below the hut that ultimately then got me to Heiberheim. It's also not really interactable in any way, it seems like. The goblin. The orcs only talked about the goblin, though. Because this now makes me wonder if... I mean, this could have either been a mirror that Ikara had out here. I mean, if they have one in their house, why not have one here? Because it's sort of in their backyard, right? You'd assume that maybe at some point in the past they just used this as some sort of maybe training ground or whatever. And maybe the orcs just smashed the mirror because they didn't really know what else to do with it. Or maybe it just was subjected to the elements for too long or something. Or maybe Leandra used it to get away from here and smashed it so that nobody could follow her. Just curious that we seemingly can't really find any other bit of information here. Oh, this was just, okay. You bested Grumble in the fight. Okay, cool. Let me... Just to make sure... Wait. It's the right spell, right? Yeah. Let's put that on her real quick. And just take a look at the place one more time. Because you never know, right? Maybe there's like a secret treasure chest here, or... Aha, there we go. Dirt pile. That's what I was looking for. Watch magic. Not too good, not too bad. But at least it's something. Because it did seem like quite the empty area otherwise. Really strange. That mirror looks way too special to just be standing around here all on its own. Okay. So I guess I want to go left first, just to make sure that nothing else...
And which spirits have you consulted exactly, Worm?
The same as always, madam. The All-Mother above.
Kakuba
How
Nightbringer.
exactly is it possible that our party has been searching for an hour, yet there's nary a single starstone in our possession?
Uh-huh.
I can't say for certain, madam.
Interesting. Wait, so they're still looking for starstones here as well? Which they were trying to do back in Cyseal too? I don't know. These seem to be such a different bunch to them, though. I mean, their models obviously look exactly the same as the ones that we've fought on Cyseal, but I don't know. Something about them... Maybe it's just that they are randomly here, and I didn't really expect them to be here. That makes me wonder what they're doing.
The bridges are infested with goblins, and we can't have them disturbing us.
We'll bash any goblins that so much as look at us.
And allow each and all of them to our presence. Ha! What a fool you are!
Excuse me, madam.
Huh. What is going on here, though? I guess the big question here is, where did the goblins come from? Because... Well, the thing is that in Silverglen, right? The fact that the mine has been closed down made it a lot easier for that priest to get the sort of faith of the Immaculates into the miners, because they didn't really have anything to do. And I guess that, well, it was certainly easier to convince them of some sort of religion, right?
The spirits told me they did. I'm sure of it, madam.
And which spirits have you consulted?
The thing is just that I thought that Leandra somehow had, maybe specifically, or somehow convinced the goblins that it would be good for them to take over the mine. But if these orcs are looking for starstones, then surely they're also working for her, right? Yet they seem to be not working together with the goblins. I mean, it could very well still be that Leandra is responsible for both, and she just didn't really care that none of the parties really knew about each other or what they're here for. I mean, maybe that's even better for her plan, because it also sort of obscures what's even going on in the first place. Maybe it's also kind of random that the orcs just happened to go here because they thought they could get more starstone. It wasn't necessarily something that Leandra anticipated.
Can you be certain that this is the
But I mean, it has to do something with her, right? Maybe the goblins don't have anything to do with her, and she just took that opportunity to establish that church thing in Silverglen. That might be the case. Maybe the goblins came for some other reason, and Leandra just said, oh, well, if they're here, and if the miners don't know how to deal with them, then I'm going to take that opportunity to convince the miners that there is a really good religion that they should join. But yeah, I didn't really expect the orcs to be here, especially since we already dealt with so many of them back in Sicil on the beach. I mean, there was even an elaborate cave network that followed, right, where there were still orcs there. And, What is this in the first place? It's, yeah, certainly some interesting environmental detail here. But yeah, this looks like some sort of entrance to, I don't know, some sort of nature shrine? It's not really an entrance to anything though, right? It's just...
I'm sure of it, madam.
A very intricate, detailed forest path. Well, maybe she's gonna tell us more about this. Hello. Oh. Huh. Well, that's disappointing. I thought we might be able to talk to her beforehand. Sometimes they do say stuff. I guess we're just immediately fighting. Well, the question is, right, do they know what we did to the orcs back in Sicil? We don't even know much about her. I almost feel like I might have... potentially missed a quest that leads into me fighting the orcs? Well, I guess if there is truly somebody around that would want us to get rid of the orcs, then if we've already gotten rid of them, guess somebody else might be happy with that. Okay, let's see. What do you have? That actually doesn't look too difficult to deal with. Start off with oiling them up a bit, and I mean, the good thing is the guys on the outside here, they will have trouble hitting me, because they're either really far away or behind the statues. Let's strengthen my main, though, because then I can throw, hopefully, a fairly strong fireball on these two. And maybe fortify her? Yeah, sure, why not?
Well armed, well armored.
Let's start off with that fireball. There you go. Oh boy. She is already half dead. Yeah, the others are probably not going to like that too much if I kill her that quickly. Main range. Very nearly in range. I was going to say, is her stand still on, but no, it's not. Okay. Oh, wait, she's not burning? I guess she resisted that. Oh, hello. I did not see that guy. You're a sneaky one, huh? Slowed. Rage. Oh boy. Okay, they have quite a bit more healing available to them than I thought. Oh! I did not realize he would be able to do that. I mean, he didn't hit me. He hit the ground behind me. That's very, very sneaky. This whole scenario is a lot more intricate than I originally thought. Which usually sort of ends up being the case for some reason. Oh yeah, she's slowed. Ah, that's unfortunate. I mean, she can still just ram through all of them. Yeah, might just... Oh, I can just go here. She is still fortified, so it shouldn't be that much of an issue. Unless I want to burn the ground. Do I, though? Well, let's see. Where can I go? Do I want to risk it? I don't know if that... Technically, this looks like she wouldn't be burned. But knowing this game, she might still be. Never mind. Worked out. Cool. Well... It might be worth charming him, if that works. Because if it does, I would take their... Wait, couldn't I... Let's see. Yeah, I can do that, right? Decrease his willpower and then try to charm him. Because not only does he have ranged attacks, that's also their healer. So I'm taking that opportunity from them. Okay. Well, I mean, I could summon in the fire elemental. And do the eruption thing again. Where I hit everything around it. It might be... Because usually in the past I always ended up using Firefly to just create a bunch of burning surfaces that the enemies then have to get through in order to get to me. But if the fire elemental can do that for me, wouldn't be the worst thing. Well, the funny thing is in this particular case I could even do both. Okay, back here we only have the one guy, right? And since I moved up a bit, I don't think he can hit me anymore. So, yeah, let's not bother with him for now. I mean, they're all so neatly stacked here. If I burn the ground, I might be able to hit a lot of them, right? Because I can go like this. Just need to make sure not to hit Medora. Like this, and then make it so that he can't move towards me either. I love this spell so much. This is so cool. Gives you so many options for crowd control, right? The best thing that games can do, and the thing that I always kind of... Or rather, let me put it a different way. I think where most potential usually lies with a lot of games is that they should allow you to... I guess, determine more specific stuff yourself, right? So usually an attack like that, in a lot of games, would burn a predetermined surface, right? Like like Fireball, for example, it just creates a burning surface wherever you throw it. But to be able to actually create a pathway yourself and put it down exactly where you want it, that is so cool, right? And you can just change the battle arena however you want it to be to suit your specific setup or tactic or whatever you thought of. That's really, really cool. I mean, it's a little bit of a struggle sometimes with, like, obviously things need to be they need to feel good in terms of gameplay, right? If you need too many button inputs, or if in general something is just awkward to use, then it also tends to be not that much fun, right? A good example of that would be the bow in Dark Souls. That's so finicky to use and requires so many buttons, and the whole aiming stuff doesn't really seem to suit the rest of the gameplay all that much. Almost as if it's from a completely different game, right? So it sort of depends. And in case of Dark Souls, the bow can do stuff that sometimes doesn't even really feel intended, as if you're able to hit targets that are much further away than what you should be able to, right? So it's definitely a thing where I guess as a developer, you need to be aware of, well, if you give the player a lot of freedom with these kinds of things, then it might lead to certain situations being easily cheesed, or, you know, some other unforeseen things happening. Though then again, I would argue that it doesn't even really depend on whether or not, especially in single player games, whether or not you're able to do something, because as long as it's fun, right? And as long as whatever specific gameplay element we're talking about, as long as that is really, really fun, who cares if it can break or cheese the game, right? And yeah, just put in something that is fun to begin with, and if you then later on realize, oh, you know, there are some unintended cheeses with it, depends on how bad it is, right? But there will still always be people who then specifically choose not to use it because it would be a cheese. So it's not really like, as long as it's not something that you need or that you have to use for some reason, and can always choose to ignore, then it's completely fine, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it's still a single player game, so. Anyways, let's see. Oh. Wait, somehow that cost me 1 AP more than I wanted it to. Ah, well. Do I want to hit her? Might be able to get rid of her. Nice. Yeah, that was probably fairly important. Had I dealt with her quite quickly. Okay, can I hit the guy in the back? Of course I can't. Why do these guys always insist to stand so close to me that you're then not able to hit anybody else? I could even use a charming arrow on him. Ooh, can I hit you? Almost looks like I would hit the statue, but it should be fine. Nice. And then... should I try to knock you down? Because I think he can also heal, right? Nice. There's still quite a few of them around, so I probably don't want them to get too many turns. Let's see. Nice.
I need help to walk.
Okay, she's crippled. Ah, nice. Good attack of opportunity. Okay. That didn't deal much damage. That did. Holy shit. Can you please stop? Please don't hit me. Okay. He didn't have enough AP to do that. Who's still going? That guy. But he's knocked down. Alright. That means I can heal up. Okay. You're still charmed for a turn, right? Yeah. So I don't really need to worry about him much. Oh, she's still slowed though. And if I do this, I would encourage the other shaman as well. I guess I could try to taunt for a change. That never works. Although, well, the problem is it would taunt him as well, which I don't want. Maybe this is a good opportunity to finally throw something on the guys. Let's... she's gonna hit herself with that, isn't she? Please don't hit yourself. Oh, Perfect. Nice. And he's bleeding and knocked down, so he will essentially kill himself. Perfect. Okay, those two guys are fighting. Well, all of a sudden, this already looks a lot easier to deal with. Well, to be honest, if I attack this guy back here, although then, yeah, sure, let's poison him. Oh. Wait. Ah. You see the HP at the top? Makes it seem like my main character has way more HP than he has. That's strange. I probably should have chosen Lillian to heal him, but he can heal himself. Alright, let's do this. Fortunately, no petrify though. Okay, that was the bleeding guy, yeah. First of all, let's heal before I forget that. And then try to shock. Ew, do I want to? We're all standing in a pool of blood. Let's just take a minor healing potion as well. I think that's a little bit overkill, but I don't want to try to shock this guy because I'm pretty sure I would have at least shocked myself and potentially even Lillian, which would have not been great. So yeah, let's just do this. I could use another knockdown knockdown arrow though. Or I could hit you. There's a bunch of different opportunities here. Could also charm somebody. Let's try to knock down this guy. That didn't work. That did not work either. At least I got the arrow back. Nice. Whoa, that was a bunch of damage. That's good. He has a freezing crossbow? Really? Stop! Oh boy. I did not realize he would have another 3 attacks back to back. Oh, did he just heal his poison? Yeah, I definitely did not expect that. I thought he would have only had 2. Otherwise, I would have healed more. Well, that was unfortunate. I think I became a bit cocky, considering how easily I dealt with everybody else. But those guys were level 9, right? These guys are level 12. Yeah, well, I did try to knock him down twice, to be fair. So it's not like I didn't, you know, do my duties, I guess. Let's try to knock him down again. He's annoying me, finally. Does she even have resurrect scrolls? Oh, they cost 6 AP. Oh, well, never mind. Somebody else has got to do that. Let's maybe get him out of harm's way at least a little bit. Well, that might be difficult to heal him up, though. Yeah, at least I'm protected by the naked lady statues. Hopefully. I mean, he might still be able to hit me. Okay, he's not charmed anymore. I can't charm anybody. I should probably try to kill him, right? Because otherwise he's going to be a problem. Alright. He's knocked down. So I could either try to charm him again. I could try to knock him down. Am I close enough to do that? I am. Well, Medora should theoretically deal with him, and she's not slowed anymore. He's still here as well. I mean, I have enough... I could just try poisoning both of them. Yeah. That might be a good idea. Because they might also try to heal and spend their points that way. Alright. As I thought. Yeah, that was a bunch of healing. Where the hell are you going? Alright. Perfect. Oh boy. That poison sounds really dangerous. What did he even put him... Healed it. Oh, that's just a general shield or something. Interesting. Not entirely sure if I've ever seen that. The symbol looks more like it would be a water shield, right? Not like some sort of general thing. Well, he's not charmed anymore, so let's actually encourage, because that'll also heal my main a little bit. Nice. I mean, it heals everybody. I could walk up and try to hit both of them with a whirlwind. Yeah. Oh, did not realize that might potentially burn her.
Let's dance to death.
Nice. That was a lot more effective than I thought. Alright, let's heal first and foremost. Alright. And, yeah, I probably should have summoned in some stuff earlier on. Because, then they wouldn't have focused so much on my characters. Was probably my mistake. Well, then again, they also actually did quite a good job with slowing down Medora. It took a couple of opportunities away that I had. And then the one guy, like, hard focusing my main. Pretty good, actually. Just cast a bolt. Stunned and poisoned. Like to see it. Well, that wouldn't be that effective anymore. Let's enter the precision stance and just hit them normally. Although, wait, where's the third guy? Oh yeah, he's still knocked down. Completely forgot about you. Maybe precision stance actually wasn't... Let's deal with you, even though you're right next to me, but... I have both my skeleton and Medora dealing with the other two, so... I don't want him getting up and just immediately wrecking one of my characters again. Alright, she might be able to just take him out right away. Yes, nice. And then I'll try to bleed this guy. Oh boy. Poisoned, stunned, and bleeding. Poor orc. Yeah, he's gonna die anyways, I think. On his turn. Okay. Let's freeze you, buddy, because you're annoying me. Never mind. Then let's try to petrify. Never mind. Well, he doesn't really have that much health anyway. Finally. I took revenge for being killed once. I still... Well, I mean, it is quite easy to die in a lot of cases, right? So not having the resurrect scrolls is that would probably feel bad. I do wish, though, considering that I'm on tactician mode, the problem with the resurrect scrolls that I have is that you kind of almost have an infinite supply of them, right? The resurrect scrolls aren't really... technically, you can only buy so much, right? Because any given merchant might only have 2 or 3. But, you know, I mean, halfway through the game, money just becomes a non-issue. So you can just buy as many resurrect scrolls as are available, and that's definitely way, way more than you need. So in terms of resurrection, I think would have liked them to instead go with a system where maybe every character had 1 resurrect per fight or something. That was just always available, not a scroll that you have to buy, but instead something that was just inherently available for every fight. And then, well, you could only use it once, right? So if a character already used a resurrect, that character can't resurrect again within the same fight. I think that would have raised the stakes somewhat, right? I have to say, like, usually I'm fairly, I guess almost, I'm fairly defensive about this, right? I usually do heal up quite a bit. I think it was just the fact that I had just done a couple of level 9 battles, so I didn't really consider them being this strong. Well, I also miscalculated. I thought that orc was only capable of doing 2 attacks. He had done 3 in the previous turn, but I think... Well, I didn't expect him to get back so many action points that he would be able to do 3 attacks again. That was my one miscalculation. But, yeah, I don't know. The fact... I guess considering how few resurrections I actually used in the past, I don't know, 30, 40 hours of my playthrough, my proposed change here wouldn't have really mattered all that much. It still probably would have felt like the same thing. But it's more about the, I guess, the feeling of it, right? This knowledge in the back of your mind that you can only resurrect 4 times, and only if those characters are still alive, right? Because if, let's say, 2 characters die, but one of them or both characters were the ones that still had resurrection on them, you also wouldn't be able to resurrect, right? So I think that would have been a bit more interesting, or it would have felt like the stakes were a little bit higher, maybe. I don't necessarily mind the way they've done it either. It's just... I don't know. It's a difficult thing, right? Because you also, I guess... It's just that being killed is just a very, very minor inconvenience for the most part. Maybe the one thing that could also try to solve this issue is actually taking a book out of Final Fantasy XIV and using some sort of resurrection sickness or something. That if you get resurrected, you only deal, I don't know, you'll deal like 30% less damage or something for 2 or 3 turns. Or maybe all of your spells would be on cooldown. That would almost maybe be a little bit too much, but yes, just something like that, right? Something that makes death a little bit more than... Because now it just feels like, oh, a character died, I'm using a resurrect scroll, and it's almost equal to just healing them back up, right? Because whether or not I use a healing spell or a resurrect scroll, it kind of ends up being the same thing, except for the fact that the resurrect scroll even comes with a free teleport. So yeah, I think introducing some sort of factor that would give you quite a meaningful disadvantage, at least for a little while after being resurrected, would have raised the stakes quite a bit. And they could have limited that to tactician mode as well, right? That didn't need to be a thing in the normal mode, but in tactician, I think something like that should have been there, or at least would have made the game just a bit more interesting. Alright. I really left that poor guy hanging there, right? When I accidentally stunned the swordsman. Yeah, that is... In terms of pools of blood stunning, that is very, very difficult to figure out. I wouldn't necessarily say that it's inconsistent or anything, because I don't really think it is, but the fact that the pools of blood, they sort of only stun in a very limited radius, I feel like, most of the time, but it's really hard to anticipate where that actually is, or, you know, if it's gonna stun you or not. I mean, you can be sure that if you are either directly in a pool of blood, or, you know, as my main was here when he was really close to that other orc, I was pretty sure, since we were both essentially standing side by side in the same pool of blood, I probably would have stunned myself as well. But, yeah, it's not working the same as a... At least I don't think it's working the same as a pool of water would, where it just stuns the entire surface area, instead of only, like a small part of it. Tough full plate armor. She has orders with her, so let's see if those actually tell us anything about what's been happening here. Being the least likely to disappoint me, your contingency has earned a crucial mission. Retrieve the bloodstones of Luculla Forest. Rumors suggest you focus your search on the hidden cave of a fool named Maridino before laying waste to the village of heathen goblins to the north. Destroy the idol and seize the bloodstone within. When you're finished with these, turn your attention to Silverglen. Spare not a single filthy weakling in your search. Loic, the abbot of the Immaculate Chapel, would surely rather part with his bloodstone than his head. Relieve him of both. Remember, I prefer bloody stumps to empty hands. Grutilda, the avatar of the All-Mother. I see. Yeah, this is what I was wondering about. So maybe I just assumed, right, that because the orcs on the beach of Sicil seemed to work for Leandra, I assumed that something similar was happening here, but I don't think that's actually the case. This looks more like maybe the Grutilda took note of what happened to the orcs in Sicil and said, no, fuck that, right? We're not, like, falling under the spell of whatever this weird Leandra is trying to do. Or alternatively, they just heard that these bloodstones are really, really powerful and they just wanted a piece of the puzzle. I don't know. Piece of the cake. It's interesting, though, that they would... well, I guess they're only wanting to deal with the goblins because of the bloodstone. Man, this entire area is really, really interesting. It seems like there are so many different factions that try to do stuff here. And it's actually not immediately obvious who is really behind what, right? Because everything looks like it could be Leandra's doing, but at the same time, clearly there are other forces at work here, or other parties that want either bloodstones for themselves, apparently, or maybe are also doing this for other reasons as well. It's interesting that their plan was to also fight against Silverglen. Essentially take hold of the entire area. That is really interesting. Also, again, the reason for why I think this is quite surprising is because we haven't really heard anybody talk about this. Nobody mentioned that, oh, hey, there are orcs that usually aren't here, or I feel like there is, you know, something else going on, or something like that, right? Everybody only exclusively talked either about the Immaculates, the goblins, or the trolls. Nobody mentioned orcs. And Marudino, he is the one that we found something about earlier. Let me see if I can get that back together. The problem is, I think it had like a generic name. That's something else. Might have been this one. No. Ah, here it is. Marudino the Magnificent has left his mark upon this milieu. All is made magnificent by Marudino's mark. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Maybe we're gonna find some sort of spell rune or something on the ground? Maybe that's what he is referring to by his mark? Where did I find this again? Wasn't this close to that weird Pavilion of Death? No, I don't think... It was in that general area, but it was just a random place. I don't think it had anything to do with that, did it? Huh. Feels like we'll eventually meet this Marudino guy, though.
Striking it rich!
Wait, orders? Are those the same that we just got? No. I, Grutilda, hereby declare these papers are carried by members of my tribe, or humans who have sworn allegiance to me. You shall let them pass, or suffer the full wrath of my ever-sizzling ire. Signed, Grutilda praised the Amon Hall. Did they want to get past the trolls with that parchment? I wonder if that would have worked, to be honest.
Bacon like a cake.
Oh, that's the campfire. Yeah, I wonder if this is... What are these statues here for? Was this some sort of place of reverence for a forest god or something?
Oh, I could do with a cold drink.
Some broken bottles. Sure, let's pick up the cooking pot. Nothing too special. I love how all your characters are always completely turning red. Completely turning red and exclaiming how hot they are. Just because you're standing next to a campfire. I mean, I know that campfires can be quite hot, right? I'm not saying that that's not a possibility, but...
I'm overheating here.
Yeah, I know. Okay, let's save this real quick. Don't necessarily expect there to be more here. So strange that you can just open up beehives. Feels very dangerous. Let's see, what does this say? North Mines. Okay. So this is definitely the correct way to the mines then. I'm really just wondering, you have these weird snake-like or snake dragon statues sometimes here? Where are you guys going? What happened? Why did they run away? That was weird. And then you suddenly have this temple-looking place over here. I mean, whatever this was, building giant statues like this is no easy feat, right? Might be some sort of old forest temple or something. Another curious parchment. Potentially left behind by Maradino as well? Oh, right. Now I remember where I found that. Maradino, yeah, he might be the... he might be the guy that put down all the mines and all the traps and whatnot, huh? Because I'm pretty sure that's where I found the other curious parchment about him. Do I want to risk just running in here? I feel like there might be another... I see a... No, that's just a broken barrel. Let's cast Burn My Eyes on Lillian again. Because hopefully she'll spy any sort of trap or something.
Look out! I see a trap nearby.
You do? Is she just talking about the fog trap, though? Ah. Great. Maradino is watching you, and he hates the grimy fingerprints of strangers. Signed, Maradino the Benevolent. Who the hell is this guy? Ow, there's another trap. Oh, so I probably don't want to open the crate then.
Careful now. I need a remedy.
Yeah, thank you. How is the one person that I'm casting a higher perception spell on the one that runs into all the traps? What the fuck? Lillian, please, what the hell was that about? She is the one with the highest perception. The one that actually even has a specific talent that allows her to see traps more easily, and yet she's the one that just straight up runs into that whole mess. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to buy a couple more resurrection scrolls at some point. Well, I guess now the trap's been dealt with, hopefully.
On the men.
Nice.
I feel better already.
What was that? Wait, what? What just happened? What was that animation about? Oh. I see. So she just ran onto that? Well, the problem is if I... If I move anything there... Wait, can I... Can you actually... No. Pressure plates are just pressure plates. You can't disarm them. The problem is if I want to go... You know, past that, I'd have to move the crate, but that would open up the whatever other trap is below that. You know what? Since I wanted to do this the entire time anyways, I'm just gonna put you there. Is there another mine below this chest, though? Nope. All right. Yeah, it worked. I might have also, I already exploded whatever had, you know, whatever existed there to explode. So I think I might have also been fine just running up to the chest instead of doing the whole awkward teleporting stuff, but whatever.
I needed that.
But yeah, it seems like this Maradino guy is the one that's trapping all the different places and whatnot. Yeah. Anyways, though, I feel like I managed to do quite a bit. I mean, I wasn't really able to actually get into the mines, which I had hoped I would be able to do today. I mean, it's always well, I guess I solved the whole Alfie bit, right, with the escort and helping them into Silver Glen. Even though I overleveled this area by a little bit, it does surprise me from time to time just how long it takes sometimes to get through the battles and whatnot. Not that I mind, right, but I guess it's because you're still like thinking a lot in terms of tactics, even though like even in battles that aren't super difficult, I do tend to still think about all the different outcomes and possibilities and whatnot, which I mean obviously is the fun part about the battles, right? So I don't mind doing that, but it does take some time to do. But yeah, this is, I think, where I'm going to keep it for today. And then tomorrow, same start time as today, actually, I'm going to see if we can get further towards the mines and towards... Well, we are quite close to the supposed troll cave. I am slightly concerned, though, considering that the orcs seem to be somewhat close to it. I wonder if they, even though it wasn't necessarily in their orders, I wonder if the orcs try to potentially deal with the trolls as well. I mean, I can't imagine that the trolls necessarily would have been happy seeing the orcs here. I mean, but the trolls aren't weak either, right? I suppose that they, if they're capable of staying around here and even demanding tolls from strangers, I suppose they are quite a force to be reckoned with. So, I wonder how well the orcs would have been able to deal with them if they wanted to. Maybe they also just left them alone, only tried to deal with the goblins. But yeah, there is still certainly a lot to discover here. And I'm gonna do that hopefully tomorrow and just see more of the surrounding area and of Silver Glen and whatnot. Let's save this properly so that I don't forget. It's been a while since the game autosaved anything, right? That was a long time ago. I didn't turn that off. I guess I didn't really... Oh, there is an autosave here, never mind. Yeah, it sometimes does autosave stuff. Oh, it autosaved next to the Pavilion of Death? So maybe if you say yes, maybe it does actually kill you? That would be interesting. Oh yeah, I wanted to... I'm going to do that after the stream and actually Google what might have happened to the performance of the game. I don't know, something weird's definitely going on there. Yeah, let's overwrite this one. Alright. How many hours do I have now? Let's just take a quick look. 102. Huh. Holy shit. Well, that being said, I wonder how many actual maps there will still be in the game. Because so far we've been in Cyseal, right? We've been in Heiberheim, and now we're in Silver Glen. In terms of sort of full maps. So I'm wondering how much more there would be. I definitely underestimated the game when I first stepped into Cyseal. Well, when I first stepped into Cyseal, at first I thought, alright, this is like one town of many. But when I realized how intricate everything was, just how long it took to actually, you know, get through everything, not only in terms of having battles and whatnot, but also the quests themselves, and just how much stuff there was in and around Cyseal. Even though when you like briefly look at it, you would think that maybe the map is quite small, but it actually isn't. I mean, partially also because there is kind of an entire underground map as well, right? There are a lot of bigger cave systems, especially since those cave systems always also contain quite a bit of combat and a lot of enemies usually, so they do take some time to get through. But yeah, then I thought, because, well, Cyseal was also going all the way up until level 9, right? So I assumed that, well, if the game sort of ends at 20 or slightly above 20, how much more could there realistically be, right? I expected maybe the next area would be the last, and it's only really 2, or maybe it's 3. But now I suspect there is quite a bit more to discover, which is quite crazy to me. I don't know, I just didn't... I mean, I knew going in, because I had seen a couple of reviews about the game, that it did have, like, ton of content, right? What you typically would expect out of a complete RPG. But yes, I'm still quite taken aback by just how much there is, especially since, and I don't want to, like, please don't take this as me criticizing the game. The game does seem to be comparatively on a little bit of a simpler side in terms of its general setup, right? Obviously, that's not the case once you get into combat and everything. But it does have a little bit of a different focus there, right? Where something like, you know, if we go back to Skyrim, for example, it just has this insanely large, intricate world with like 1,000 NPCs in it and whatnot. But funnily enough, it doesn't really have good gameplay, right? And yeah, Divinity sort of turns that completely on its head, because by, I guess, most standards, you would consider the map to be really, really small. And there technically aren't even that many places to visit, but actually going through it, right? Actually having all the different NPC interactions, fight scenes, you know, all the battles, the bosses, and everything else, it just takes a long time. And there's a lot to discover, a lot to see, a lot to do. That is just not quite apparent once you first get there, I think. But yeah, anyways, that has been a Divinity Original Sin for now. I'm still really, really enjoying the game. I am slightly, I guess concerned wouldn't be the right word, but it'll still take me some time to get through, is all I'm trying to say. Especially since I don't really have that much time currently, because I'm doing so much raiding in 14. Well, not so much, but I mean, it's like 16 hours a week currently, so it's not nothing, right? You do need to find time for other stuff too, so unfortunately it is what it is. But yeah, I guess I'm just very, very curious about how much there still is and how I will end up thinking about the game once I'm through with it. It's pretty cool. I'm just really enjoying myself. I do wish sometimes that the battles would be a little bit more difficult, considering that I'm on the highest difficulty. There is a there is tactician mode with permadeath, right? But I think that's the same thing, just with permadeath. I just remembered that because I wonder if on permadeath resurrection works differently. I don't think it does though, right? Wouldn't that only pertain to when you wipe with your entire party. I think if you just wipe completely, then it's gone, right? Though that being said, I think permadeath also might have some quick save restrictions, right? I definitely looked at that mode when I started the game, but that's quite a while ago. But, you know, considering that there are some strange shenanigans in this game, and just overall sometimes some janky behavior in terms of how your party moves and all that neat stuff, permadeath just doesn't really seem like such a good idea. Maybe, you know, if you've already been through the game once, you kind of know what to expect and you play it like a couple of years later or something, you can certainly try permadeath to make it more interesting. But if you're still on your first time through, I don't think it makes much sense. Because you know, the chances of dying to some random, unforeseen trap because one of your characters suddenly decided to run into a direction you didn't expect them to, or to, I don't know, somehow trigger a trap that you had already discovered and thought they would never step on again. The chances of dying to that are just much, much higher than to dying because you made a bad decision in combat or something, right? So, because you're not really in control of that, I don't think it's necessarily the best idea, to be completely honest. Which is sadly true for a lot of permadeath modes, right? It makes more sense in a game like Diablo, because there it comes with, well, not necessarily with like special perks or anything, but you can like you can convert it into a normal save file, I think, and it's just, I think there it just has a completely different context to it, right? Because Diablo also isn't really about the story or anything. It's just a loot grinding game, right? And I don't know, I think in more story-driven games or actual RPGs, permadeath just never really seems to make much sense to me. If anything, it might even hinder your, not only enjoyment of the game, but in general hinder your interactions with the game, right? Because either you have to play too passively or have to avoid certain things altogether because they might contain bugs or just other sort of janky stuff. I mean, that in general is a thing in almost any game, right? Unless we're talking about a very, very simple game. Most games do tend to have awkward bugs here and there that either stop you from progressing or have some sort of, not even really big negative impact, but you know, just a small negative impact here and there. And, you know, having the risk of potentially losing your entire save file and tens or even hundreds of hours of gameplay because the game sometimes can be a bit wonky, I don't think is a really a good idea. And yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's still a computer program, right? And those just have bugs, and no game's going to be tested to the same standards of something like I don't know, a safety software in a car, right? Like those just have completely different standards that the code must adhere to. So in my mind, permadeath in a game like this just does not make sense, or in The Last of Us or anything, unless you're doing a speedrun or something. Then it might be fun, but at that point, is it really, like, then permadeath doesn't do anything because a speedrun means that you're kind of permadying anyways every time you fail, because if it's a speedrun, you need to start over again anyways, right? Yeah. I think permadeath makes more sense in a game that has a sort of more repeatable and shorter structure to it, right? Anyways, that's been it. It was a ton of fun. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chatting. And maybe I'll see you on the next one. I hope you have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are. More Divinity Original Sin tomorrow, same time, which is what, 8 UTC, and also afterwards in the evening there's going to be more Dragon Songs Reprise proc M14, and then the same stuff on Thursday as well. Looking forward to that already. Until then, have a good one. Bye bye.